What up, everybody? Good morning and happy Tuesday. It is a Toys and Ford Grind My Gears Tuesday coming at ya. A big thanks for tuning in wherever, however you're tuning in from. If it's on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also available to stream up online at our website, sportstalk1051.com. Video stream also up and rolling on YouTube. Go check it out. Go join the boys or the peeps over there in YouTube land in the chat room there. Tell your Alexa devices to say, "Yo, Alexa, play WAYY." What do we have on our game plan for us this morning? We're going to dabble in a little bit of everything here. We're going to talk some Brewers. Brewers falling last night, late game. West Coast also going extra innings all the way to the 11th, but the Brewers falling to the Padres in walk-off fashion, 5-4. So Padres with the win, clinching a playoff spot, and this very well could be a potential matchup in the playoffs for the Brewers here. So I had Yelly. How about this? Let's get a little crazy after we clinched the division and such. Yelly hitting in that leadoff spot. Hey, got a hit, couple RBIs, took 3 walks. I mean, he was on base 4 times last night. So, but Yelly hitting in that leadoff spot. So he collected a hit. He had Vaughn collecting a couple hits in the middle of the order. Durbin towards the bottom, a couple hits. I mean, 5 of the team's 7 hits coming from those 3 individuals. So, but Freddie Peralta went 5 innings, giving up 4 hits, 2 earned runs, struck out 6, which means 3 years in a row for Freddie Peralta to have 200 strikeouts in a season. 3rd year in a row. He has been able to do that. So, another milestone career accomplishment for the young Freddie Peralta. But Brewers fallen just a bit short from tying their franchise record for most wins in the regular season. They'll try again tonight. Same place, same time, San Diego. Going to be another late one, 8:40 first pitch between the Brewers and the Padres. So we'll take a quick look back at this game and take a look ahead to tonight's game where, hey, we're going to get Bruce Zimmerman. Bruce Zimmerman's going to get the start here for the Brewers tonight. So, tell you a little bit about Bruce here and kind of preview tonight's matchup. On the other side, you got Vazquez going for the Padres. So, we'll preview that and kind of take a look at where things stand in the standings here for the Brewers. Also, coming down tonight, Phillies will be back in action. If you're doing a little scoreboard watching, they're going to be taking on the Marlins of Miami. Currently, the Brewers holding a 2.5-game lead ahead of the Phillies for first place in the National League. And a reminder, the Brewers do hold the tiebreaker. So, baseball talk throughout this morning. I also want to talk a little bit about, I want to bring this up and kind of make it an informal poll question when it comes to the Brewers. So, this was a couple days ago. But maybe you missed it on MLB Network. But Pat Murphy chatting a little bit with Bob Costas and some high praise from Pat Murphy too, talking about Christian Yelich. A quote, and I'll play the whole thing here, but quote, he says he doesn't have to stand up and talk. He leads his club. He's way more important than I am. Way more important. You buying that? You selling that? That Christian Yelich way more important than Pat Murphy? And again, the more we have gotten to learn and know about Pat Murphy over these last couple of years, that shouldn't surprise anybody for Pat Murphy to make a statement, a comment like that. He is all about the players. No credit on himself, all the credit towards the players. So that comment, that statement about Yelly should not surprise anybody. Shouldn't surprise anybody. So what else we got on the game plan? We're gonna talk some Badgers. So we'll talk with RJ Cardinal coming up at about 8:20 this morning. Obviously, a lot of talk in Badger football land, not a lot of positive talking in Badger football land. But and we had that 715 Speaks poll question brought to you by Post Glass and Mirror. If you didn't vote on it, it's on our Sports Talk Facebook page. from last night. But I mean, for anybody wondering about the team potentially moving on from Luke Fickell, the buyout's around $25 million. So we put up a poll question with his buyout reportedly around $25 million. Do you think Wisconsin would move on from him as head coach by the end of the season? 55% of you say no, 45% of you saying yes. For what it's worth, it would be the second highest buyout. First one, Jimbo Fisher, and I don't know if anybody's ever going to catch that one again. But the Godfather, Barry Alvarez, making some comments yesterday on his, or I should say last night on his radio show, answering a question about the fans' reaction and the chants from the fans, saying, quote, "I think it's embarrassing. I think it's terrible, despicable. They're spoiled rotten. Here's a team. You have young players trying to come on and competing. They're going to have a chance to get better, and you flip on them early in the season, and you flip on them, and you're chanting for the coach to be fired. How do you think that makes players feel? The reaction is disrespectful. It's not loyal. You're not a fan. If the person sitting next to me boos them, I say, get your butt out of here." I didn't use the word he actually used. "We don't need you in here. You don't want to watch this? Go someplace else. Go boo in a bar." That really upsets me. Do you agree with Barry? Do you not agree with Barry? I'm genuinely curious to get thoughts from you, Badgers fans. Do you agree with Coach Alvarez, with his comments, with his displeasure of booing and chanting for Fickell to be fired? What do you think? Hit me up with a text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912, or again, join in on the chats on the YouTube stream. I'm really curious to find out what Badgers fans think of that comment. I'll ask RJ too coming up a little bit later on here. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Packers wise, Matt LaFleur talking to the local media yesterday. Not a whole lot, but I guess one positive thing is he said Zach Tom did not suffer a setback. It sounds like it was just essentially realized after one play he couldn't go. Javon Bullard is in concussion protocol. Devontae Wyatt's day-to-day with the knee. Also kind of made a comment about Jordan Morgan. Maybe they're asking too much of him and, moving across the offensive line and such. But I want to talk a little bit about the offensive line today. And also, I want to do a little love thermometer here because it's another week of a lot of Jordan Love chat. And so let's just kind of I want to get a gauge from Packers fans because they're, especially on social media. And I know social media can be a dark place, especially if you go on the X or Twitter and you see comments and or even like comments on Facebook stuff. And a lot of it surrounding the last 24 to 48 hours about Jordan Love. And I'm curious to get kind of a reaction from our Packers fans. Where are you at on Jordan Love in terms of, do you think he's a top 10 quarterback, top 15 quarterback? Do you like him as your starting quarterback and such? So kind of do a little love thermometer here. 0 to 10. We'll make it simple. All right. 10, you're head over heels in love. You got googly eyes, hearts in your eyes, start whatever. 0, you're like, gotta break up with that guy. Just no, I've got no feelings. Done, dead to me, sort of thing. I'm curious because it seems to be either here or there, maybe a little bit in the middle ground for some. And I don't want to gauge everything based off of X/Twitter comments, social media comments, but I think there is some misconceptions out there about Love that I do want to bring up. and kind of talk about here a little bit too. So, but I'm genuinely curious. Again, I want your feedback. This is what this program is about. I want your thoughts. I want your analysis. I want your comments. So again, YouTube it, text it, all that good stuff. So got another segment coming up a little bit later on called "Here's the Thing." So we'll probably do that in the 9 o'clock hour and such. So, and of course, it is a Toys and Ford grind my gears. So, what in the world is grinding your gears? Okay, get it off your chest. As long as it's appropriate, send it on over, and we'll read off the air. Make it clean so I can read it off the air. All right. So, pitter patter, let's get at her. Let's jump right into it this morning, okay? That's your game plan for us this morning. We'll kind of see where the conversation leads us, but plan on opening up with a little Brewers baseball talk, recapping the game from last night in case you didn't stay up for the whole thing. Just kind of recap it and preview a game 2. Just got 5 left to go here in the regular season. 5 left to go. Still got something to play for that top spot in the National League for the Brew Crew and such. So let's talk a little baseball. I got a feeling a lot of you are going to be chiming in on some of that Packers and Badger talk too. So we'll get to your texts, comments throughout the program here this morning. But we'll take our first break and then the leadoff coming up after these quick words. And honest advice from folks who know hunting because they live it. Whether someone's zeroing in a new scope, stocking up on ammo, or finally upgrading that old rifle, Tilden Gun helps hunters gear up with confidence. They're not just selling products, they're helping keep hunting traditions alive, one season at a time. With a wide selection, dependable brands, and a staff that actually knows what they're talking about, Tilden Gun is where Wisconsin hunters go when they want to do it right. This season, before you head out to the stand, make sure you stop at Tilden Gun. They're located at 12427 98th Avenue in Chippewa Falls, and you can check them out online at tildengun.com. Tilden Gun, where Wisconsin deer hunters gear up.
In today's business environment, you need internet that's as strong as your ambitions. TDS Fiber Internet is designed to meet the highest demand, offering blazing fast symmetrical speeds and rock-solid 99.9% network reliability. Fortify your business with internet that delivers unmatched strength and durability. Upgrade to industrial-strength TDS Fiber Internet. Built to endure, built for your business. Visit tdsbusiness.com. Internet speeds are up to and not guaranteed, subject to availability. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Well, how did you do on your underdog picks this past weekend? I'll be honest, I just missed on getting a clean sweep. My kicker missed a field goal. Otherwise, I would have had that sweep. So I get asked all the time, what's it like playing with underdog? And I tell people the same thing all the time. It's so simple. You just pick whether players will go higher or lower on their projected stats, and that's it. And you can play with as little as $1. And the cherry on the top, it's actually made my sports viewing even more enjoyable. Download the app today and sign up with the promo code Casper to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code Casper with a K. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Wisconsin. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. When it comes to groceries, meals, and convenience, families in Eau Claire count on Hy-Vee. From fresh produce and quality meats to ready-made meals and everyday essentials, Hy-Vee has everything shoppers need all in one stop. And Hy-Vee knows you have a busy life schedule. That's why they've not only made shopping easier for you and your budget, but they also help you save money at the gas pump. Friendly service, great selection, and weekly deals that help stretch the budget. Hy-Vee in Eau Claire makes shopping easy. Hy-Vee in Eau Claire, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with nationwide LTE coverage. For a limited time, get 60% off and free UPS shipping at rapidradios.com. Use code RADIO for an extra 5% off.
Backyard Dreams wants to help children in our area accomplish their dreams and passions. Do you want to help make a difference? Visit sportstalk1051.com for more details.
If it's time to get that vehicle of yours in for an oil change, maybe got to get those new tires before snow starts to hit our area. Maybe you need some engine work done. Maybe you need some small engine work done on that snowblower and such. Where do you go? You got to probably take it to multiple places for that, right? Wrong. It's AJM Automotive in Eau Claire. Just give them a call today to set up your appointment. 715-835-9523. AJM Automotive, located 1919 Brackett Avenue in Eau Claire. You know, maybe this is kind of an interesting. I'm just kind of following along with Dennis and Joe right now on our YouTube chat. Kind of maybe this is a topic or a poll question to throw at you. Where are you as a fan on booing your team? Because I've heard different throughout the years. I've heard different opinions. I remember Aaron Rodgers when he was with Green Bay. It was one of those times when Packers fans were kind of booing and such, frustrating play, bad play, and he didn't agree with it. You have Brian Daboll, who's the head coach of the Giants, just yesterday talking about booing and kind of going the opposite way. He's like, yeah, I mean, look at the product that they're putting out there. He had no problem. He's like, kind of saying, I don't blame him for booing. So maybe I let me throw this out to you as sports fans. I mean, if you're listening, you're probably a sports fan. Where are you on the booing side? As a fan, do you boo and maybe talk like more specifically if you're in attendance at the game? Okay? If you're in the stadium, if you're in the arena, what's your thoughts on booing your team if they're not playing well? I've heard both sides, and I'm kind of curious. And maybe, does it matter what level it's at? Like, obviously, I hope. I know there's probably some, but I hope, beyond all hope, there's like nobody booing third graders, fifth graders, or anything like that. I hope we can all agree that that we're not doing that nobody's in favor of that, although it wouldn't surprise me if there's a few people who unfortunately do that. But does it matter in the case of college versus pro? Does it matter the level of college? Division I, Division III, pro. Does it matter with the level of that? I'm curious to see where we're at, and maybe I'll make that another poll question for our 715 speaks. But where are you at? Just send me your thoughts on that. Are you a person that is a booer when you're at the stadium? I don't know. C-Bomb with the grind my gears. What grinds my gears this week is anybody putting hate on Jordan Love. He threw an interception. Big deal. He drove the Packers right back into field goal range, and special teams did not execute. Get over Aaron Rodgers, people. The bar is not Aaron Rodgers. The bar is the rest of the quarterback play in the league, and Love is better than 2/3 of them. He's a top 10 quarterback. Anyone complaining, we're keeping receipts. Don't apologize for being wrong when he hoists that Lombardi. Brandon texting in, not Brandon Berg, another Brandon. We're gonna have to get this Brandon another nickname here. I'm unsure what changed with Barry, because a year ago he was unhappy with the direction of the program. Now he's saying needs to be patient. Is the buyout amount a factor with what is showing that this program is going to get on? Let me try to say this again. Is the buyout amount a factor with what is showing that this program is going to get on track again? There's always going to be a tough schedule year in and year out. So with where this program was, I'm having a hard time seeing it get to the level it needs to be. You're right, Brad, because I mean it was Was it last year around that time? Yeah, Barry was kind of vocal about his displeasure with the program and such. And I think was it Norman, Brad Norman, the former punter. I mean, you had a lot of um, former Badger players go to Twitter and or social media and voice their displeasure with what the where the program is currently at. And let me see if I can find the exact quotes here. Yeah, Brad Nortman, um, former punter, former Wisconsin punter. I mean, as he tweeted, what took 30 years to build has been destroyed in 3 years. I'm at a loss of words. I mean, that's a strong statement, right? I mean, that's a strong statement, and I don't think he's the only one that thinks that. I don't think he's the only Badgers fan that thinks that. I don't think he's the only former player that thinks that. So, send me your thoughts. C-Bomb, I'm curious to get yours. Okay, C-Bomb, you go to a lot of Packers games. What are your thoughts on booing? Do you boo the team at the stadium? Does it matter the level? And let's keep it at college. I mean, I don't want to go lower than that and booing younger kids or anything like that because that's just absolutely ridiculous. But where are you at from a college standpoint to a pro? Does it matter? Is there a line? Let me know. All right, I'm curious. Just hit me up with a text or comment on the video stream. So let me know. We'll get back to this topic of conversation here in a little bit. Brewers wise, last night's falling. In case it was a late game, just to kind of recap it, because I know some people like it when we recap it because they don't stay up late and such and miss it. But Brewers falling in extra innings to the Padres. Game 1 of a 3-game series, 5-4. Padres winning it in walk-off fashion. But Freddie Peralta, another career milestone for him. 3rd straight season that he has recorded 200 or more strikeouts in a season. He had 6 Ks last night and 5 innings pitched, gave up 2 earned runs. Little different lineup. Pat Murphy has been doing this quite a bit throughout this season, but Yelich batting in that leadoff spot last night. Gets on base 4 times, 3 via the walk, couple RBIs for him. So, but nonetheless, Brewers falling short in tying their franchise record for most wins in a ball game or in a season. They'll try again tonight with Bruce Zimmerman on the mound here for the Brewers. So Bruce Zimmerman, formerly back with I mean, he's got major league experience with the Baltimore Orioles back in the, I guess, can we say back in the day? I don't want to make it sound like was that far off and such. But in December, I mean, he signed a minor league contract with the Brewers back in 2024 of December. So, and then he re-signed with the Brewers on a minor league contract in July. So just to kind of give you a little bit of like, I haven't heard this guy, where is he coming from? Well, Brewers selected his contract and adding him to the active roster back on the 20th. And he's getting the start here for the Brewers. I think a lot of it is trying to, well, one, I mean, Quintana and Woodruff are on the injured list, so you're running out of arms, but at the same time, not trying to put a lot of extra wear and tear on some of the other guys that you're going to be counting on when it comes to the postseason and such. So, but you're going to get Zimmerman on the mound here. He's got a little, I mean, when you look at the matchups between these two lineups, a little bit of a experience between these two pitchers going up against these lineups here. I mean, with Zimmerman, you're talking about maybe a game's worth with a couple of these guys here. But with Vasquez going on the mound here for the Padres, a little bit more in terms of Brewers experience. You got some guys with a couple games worth. Tarang's got 5 career at-bats against him, and he's hitting .600. Cheerios got 5 career at-bats. He's just over across the board. Same with Contreras and such. So, But with Randy Vasquez, he's coming off of a loss against the Mets where he only lasted 2 1/3 and gave up 4 earned runs back on the 18th. So, no question about it, he's looking for a bounce back performance. And you look at how his season has kind of gone. I mean, July, he was awesome. 4 games, 2.79 ERA. And it's kind of been up and down. Let's actually go back. April, he was 1-3 with a 5.48 ERA. May, bounced back, 2-1, 2.89. June, fell down. 6 games, no decisions, 4.34 ERA. July bounced back, 2.79 ERA. August, just a couple games worth, 8.22 ERA. And so far, September, he's at 3.77, but coming off of that poor performance against the Mets. So it's almost like, hey, what version are we going to get from Randy Vasquez tonight? But I think, with Bruce Zimmerman, you look at his career numbers here going for the Brewers. He's 8-10 with a 5.57 ERA. He has logged in a total of 158, a little over 158 innings in his career. Last time he pitched at the major league level, got to go to 2023 when he was with Baltimore. He pitched in 7 games, got 2 wins, 4.73 ERA in a little over 13 innings pitched. Back in 2022, he pitched over 73 innings, was 2-5 with a 5.99 ERA. I don't know what the future is going to be for Bruce Zimmerman, if this is something that, because I don't know if a lot of Brewers fans are saying, okay, this guy's been in our system here a little bit. Maybe we can get, kind of a Quinn Priester type of thing where they fixed him up and he's ready to go. I don't know. And I don't know if we're going to get that answer in tonight's game. I don't know if we're going to get that. And even if he does go out there and have a good performance, I don't know if we can say fully. It's like, oh, man, another example of a pitcher corrects their career, the Brewers pitching system has fixed another guy. I just hope he can eat some innings. He can put the team in a position to win tonight. I still want the Brewers to get that top spot. I think that's still a goal here. And currently they're up 2.5 over the Phillies, but they have the tiebreaker. And right now the Phillies are going up against the Marlins starting tonight. So I just want Bruce Zimmerman to go out there, put his team in a position to win the ball game, eat up a few innings so we're not taxing up some of our main guys in the bullpen, and hopefully get away with or get a Game 2 victory and tie that most wins in the regular season here for the Brewers. I want to play this clip here from an interview that was on MLB Network a couple days ago. And it was Bob Costas talking with Pat Murphy. And the importance, just how important he believes Christian Yelich is to this team, and even saying more important than Pat Murphy, more important to him. Want to play it, and I want to get your thoughts on it, Brewers fans. Do you agree? Do you not agree with Pat Murphy? So here's a little bit of a clip, courtesy from MLB Network. All right, so that's just a little bit again from that piece on MLB Network. So saying Christian Yelich is way more important than him. Do you buy that? Do you sell that? I thought that was an interesting comment too about the what am I blanking on the cliffhangers one too. So what are your thoughts? Let me know. Okay. Hit me up with the text 715-830-1912. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more coming up after these quick words.
The Dan Kasper Show will be right back.
When injuries happen, athletes and families across Western Wisconsin trust Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. From sprains and fractures to joint replacements and rehab, their team combines expert care with advanced technology to help patients recover faster and stronger. With decades of experience and a focus on personalized treatment, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine keeps the Chippewa Valley moving. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, trusted care for every step. Just visit cvosm.com for more details.
You've seen him on the bag. Now follow him online. It's Lofi, Country Heart's mascot. And not only is he a cute little slice, he adds a bit of fun to Fridays. Follow Lofi on Facebook for Free Bread Fridays. Each week, his posts may include a kid-friendly coloring page. Country Hearth product. Join the party with Country Hearth and Lofi on Facebook.com/Country Hearth Breads. Because when the bread is free, the fun rises.
Well, how did you do on your underdog picks this past weekend? I'll be honest, I just missed on getting a clean sweep. My kicker missed a field goal. Otherwise, I would have had that sweep. So I get asked all the time, what's it like playing with underdog? And I tell people the same thing all the time. It's so simple. You just pick whether players will go higher or lower on their projected stats, and that's it. And you can play with as little as $1. And the cherry on the top, it's actually made my sports viewing even more enjoyable. Download the app today and sign up with the promo code Casper to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code Casper with a K. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Wisconsin. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You've been in the workplace for a while. You know how to build relationships. You've had success. But maybe you're still searching for the right place. A place where you're not just hitting quotas, but truly helping people. At Midwest Family Eau Claire, that's exactly what we do. We don't just sell radio ads. We partner with local businesses to create custom marketing solutions that help them grow. As a marketing specialist, you'll work side by side with business owners, acting as a trusted advisor, helping them reach their goals and strengthen our community. We're a locally owned company with a fun,
And we're back in this century. During Staples HP Tech Event, save up to 35% on HP printers and up to 40% on AI-powered HP PCs.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. Until 11/1, select models only.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Broadcasting live from the TDS Sports.
Looking to upgrade your flooring game, whether it's your home, your office, workspace, whatever the case may be, you go visit our good friends at Carpet City Flooring Center right here in Eau Claire. From soft, comfortable carpet to durable tile and stylish luxury vinyl planks, Carpet City Flooring Center offers a wide selection of high-quality flooring options to fit any style and budgets. Customers appreciate their knowledgeable staff, expert advice, and professional installation, making the process smooth from start to finish. One room or the whole home or the whole office, Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire has you covered. Just go visit their website, carpetcitywi.com, or go stop by and chat with the awesome team at Carpet City Flooring Center here in Eau Claire at 3109 East Hamilton Avenue in Eau Claire. C-Bomb, I am just fine with fans voicing their displeasure. When the product on the field doesn't perform or it is absolute trash like we're seeing in Madison, you're booing the program, not the individual players. In the NFL, you can boo a player. I'm fine with that. They're getting paid. Never boo a college athlete. Letting the boo birds fly as a college team is leaving the field. That's the program, not the players. And I'm fine with that. When you're paying a lot of money for your ticket, that product should entertain you, not be a flop. So that's C-Bomb's comment. Zach says, good morning, Dan. I have mixed feelings about the booing. I think as a fan at Lambeau, the atmosphere is different. When the other team comes out, the whole stadium is already booing. Yeah, I mean that's a good point too. I booing, I think for the other team, I think that's expected. I guess I'm asking more so about booing your own team. Like booing your own team. Where are you at on that side of the aisle? I'm missing the joke, I think, Zach, on the it. I do need IT. Is it like technology? Is that what you're? Yeah, probably. I mean, I know they're moving boards and stuff and getting ready for our new studio. So there's a bunch of stuff happening behind the scenes and such. But anyways, Living the Dream Jeff says, if players are being paid, fans can boo. So bringing this up, if you're just joining in here this morning, Barry Alvarez, very, very, very critical about the fans who were booing at the Badger game on Saturday as the team was walking off and running off, heading into the half and such. Very, very, very critical. So I wanted to kind of throw it out to you as sports fans. What are your thoughts on booing your own team in the stadium, at the arena? I'm curious. Because I'll be honest with you, I'm not a booer, and it's not because like I'm fully against it. It's just anybody who's gone to a game with me, like in the stadium, at a ballpark, in an arena, whatever, I'm actually kind of quiet. I'm not a very big rah. I'll stand up, clap, and cheer and high five when there's good plays. If there's a bad play, I'll say "son of a gun," not loud, just kind of like, talk to myself or whatever. I'm not a very big vocal person regardless. So I'm not one that just like boos or yells or hisses, whatever, or has this ear defying whistle like Chad does. So I'm probably not the right person to ask this. So that's where I'm curious. Maybe for those who are a little bit more vocal and such. I mean, have you booed? Do you boo? Do you agree with it? Do you not agree with it? It seems to be all on, one side or the other. I understand both sides of it, but I do think, we're talking college on up. I hope there's nobody booing anybody, middle school or anything like that, because if that's the case, then you need to check yourself in the mirror in that. And is there a line? Is there a certain line to this? So, but I don't know. Let me know. Hit me up with your thoughts. I'm genuinely curious on that. 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, or you can join in on the chat. So we'll get back to that. We'll talk some more Badgers with Mr. Cardinal coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. We did put up a 715 Speaks poll question last night. If you haven't chimed in on that yet, just go to our Sports Talk Facebook page. The buyout for Luke Fickell is about $25 million, according to some reports out there. And, with that figure out there, do you feel like it's that Wisconsin would still move on from Luke Fickell at the end of the year? They'd have to shell out a little over $25 million, which would make it the second highest buyout. Still a wide gap from Jimbo Fisher's at Texas A&M, which was I think $75 million. I don't know if anybody's going to break that one. But, I mean, that's still $25 million, and you're talking about a Wisconsin program. I think it'd have to take a lot of boosters to potentially pay for that one. But right now, according to the voters, 56% of you saying no, there won't be any moves made. If you haven't chimed in on that, you can. If you want to give me your comments on that, why you voted one way or the other, let me know. $25 million is a lot. Just based off that, I don't think it would happen. But I guess never say never. If there is some booster clubs that are willing to shell out a lot of money for that just to get it done, that's the wild card. That's the caveat to everything. So, all right, let's take a quick break. I'm going to finish up the first hour here. I got Packer stuff coming up here too. The Love Thermometer. I want to get a gauge because I feel like Jordan Love is either hot or cold with some Packers fans. So where are you at on the Love Thermometer? Let's go from a scale of 0 to 10. Make it simple. 10, you're goo-goo gaga. Head over heels, fully in love with Mr. Jordan Love. 0, no feelings. Dead to me. Dead soul. I got nothing. All right. Because I think there is some misconceptions about Jordan Love out there. But I want to hit that up. Talk a little bit about that, but I want to get your gauge on that. C-Bomb, obviously, that was part of his Grind My Gear. So, C-Bomb, if you're still listening, on a Love Thermometer scale of a 0 to 10, where you at on him? And I want to talk a little bit about the offensive line. Matt LaFleur yesterday, a couple comments he said about the offensive line and such. So I want to hit that up too. So, but we got to take a quick break. Got to catch up. We're running a little behind here. So we'll do that and be back after these quick words.
Got a take on today's topic, but can't call in? Then hit us up on Facebook, Twitter, or the text line and let your fingers do the talking.
Hi, I'm Melissa Peterson, Market President at Franz & Bank in Eau Claire. If you're planning to buy your first home, your dream home or cabin, let our mortgage experts guide you through the entire process. They'll work with you to find a solution that's tailored to your situation. We'll take the stress out of buying a home. Learn more at franzandbank.com/Eau Claire or stop by our convenient location today. Franz & Bank & Trust, member FDIC, equal housing lender, NMLS number 1207375.
Grant here for Kai's Chevy Town, a short drive from anywhere. just off of Interstate 94, exit 41 on the north side of Menominee. They've been helping folks with their vehicles for 3 generations. Are you a truck person? You've always driven trucks. You need to be able to haul things. You need to be able to navigate a steep driveway in the winter, whatever it may be. If you're a truck person and you've maybe been thinking this summer, my truck served me well, but it's time to upgrade and I want to do it before the winter, before I really, really need it. Well, now is the time. It's truck month through the end of September, so take advantage of up to $4,500 in BY savings directly from Kai's, plus 2.9% APR for 72 months. So don't miss out. If you've been thinking, about time for me to get a new truck, maybe you should do it before the winter. Right now is the time. Get in there before September ends. Plus, you can save up to $8,000 off select Silverado HDs, plus APR as low as 3.9%. Go online to ChevyTownUSA.com to check out their entire inventory. Call them with any questions you may have, or stop in, see for yourself, and say hello. Oak Avenue in Menominee. Kai's Chevrolet. Be wise. See Kai's for the best buys.
Kurt Sandley started Sandley Construction for one reason: his family. Today, he treats every project like it's his own home. From roofing that protects what matters most, to siding that boosts curb appeal and value, to tree service that keeps your property safe and clean, Curtis puts the same care into your home as he would his own. At Sandley Construction, quality isn't just a promise, it's personal. For a job done right by someone you can trust like family, give Kurt a call or search Sandley Construction on Facebook today.
Progressive's Teen Driver discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Voice Guy here, bumping into your programming to remind you to subscribe to the Man Cave Podcast. New episodes uploaded daily, and it's available on your favorite podcasting platform. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Deer season in Wisconsin isn't just a hobby, it's a tradition. And for hunters who take it seriously, there's one stop that's been trusted year after year. That's Tilden Gun. From rifles and scopes to ammo and accessories, Tilden Gun has what hunters need to get ready for the woods. No gimmicks, no guesswork, just solid gear, fair prices, and honest advice from folks who know hunting because they live it. Whether someone's zeroing in on a new scope, stocking up on some ammo, or finally upgrading that old deer rifle, Tilden Gun helps hunters gear up with confidence. With a wide selection, dependable brands, and a staff that actually knows what they're talking about, Tilden Gun is where Wisconsin hunters go when they want to do it right. So this season, before you head to the stand, make sure you visit our good friends at Tilden Gun. You can check out their website at tildengun.com or stop by their shop, 12427 90th Avenue in Chippewa Falls. Let's catch up on a couple more texts. Tim in the Cooley region says, I'm not a person that boos. I understand that fans do and have that right to do it. Booing has its limits. Absolutely no booing, high school or below, just not appropriate. College and pros, have at it. I just won't participate. Honestly, Tim, I'm kind of in that same boat with you. Like, I'm not a participator in that. Not saying it's, fully right or wrong, but I do fully agree. High school or below, no. And if you do that, again, you need to check yourself. You need to check yourself, Tim. I'm kind of. I think I'm in the same rowboat with you. Swope, as of right now, his Jordan Love meter thermometer is at a 7. C-Bomb says my love-o-meter is 7.839. Would I love for him to be Aaron Rodgers in his prime? Who wouldn't? But we need to accept Jordan Love is Jordan Love. He's a very good quarterback, and we are lucky to have somebody who can lead the team. One of my favorite qualities is you can't tell if he just threw a 50-yard touchdown or an interception. He is cool as the other side of the pillow. Shout out to Stuart Scott on that one. 10 is a winner. We can win with him, and he can elevate the team around him. He's not just a system guy. I'll follow that up by throwing this question out. Do you feel like, okay, so for those of you who are love people, you love love. You're all about love. Do you feel like the people who are not on the love bandwagon are maybe fans that are just because they didn't like the pick and they're doubling down on it a little bit? I'm trying to figure it out, because I think one thing that's interesting kind of maybe relates to the booing question that we're throwing out there. Like, I mean, he is the quarterback of your favorite team, and at times it feels like that maybe he just doesn't have the full support from the fan base. I get it if it's a really bad quarterback, but I don't know if I'd put Jordan Love as a really bad quarterback. So I'm curious, where are you at on that love? Zach, where are you at on the love thermometer? 1 through 10. 10 being the highest. You've got love fever as a 10. I want to get into that topic coming up in the next hour here, along with some Packers offensive line chats too. So, but continue to send me your thoughts on the whole booing thing. Do you agree with Barry Alvarez? Where Barry Alvarez was very, very not happy about the fans, the Badger fans that were booing the team, calling them out. He's not a believer in it. Are you on the side of Barry, or are you on the opposite side of Barry? So we'll get to that. Get back to more of your comments on that. Say good morning, Morgs.
You are a fashionista. I have to say your shirt today is kind of on point. I know you're talking football and the love connection right now, but your Buck shirt says, "Be honest, can't guard Giannis."
$10
to get that for my niece. She'll love that.
$10.
$10?
Brand new, $10.
Where'd you get a deal?
Shields.
Hey.
Check out the clearance rack, man.
All right.
Yep.
Trust me, shopping with my daughter, we hardly make it to the clearance rack. She's got other plans for me and Shields.
I was like, yep, got to buy that.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I'll give you that.
Yep.
So what's the latest from the sports world in the family right now? What sports the little one's at?
Oh, he's in 2. We got baseball and football. So
okay.
Football tonight, baseball tomorrow, football Thursday, baseball Saturday.
As the mother of a daughter, I don't often get to say this, but we had football last night too.
Nice.
Powder puff.
Homecoming coming up.
Yes, homecoming week. So did you guys do that too?
I don't think we did.
Okay, so powder puff is when
maybe we did.
The girls, it's
Yeah.
all the class freshmen, sophomore, junior, senior, get the girls together and they play. They were playing flags, obviously. But they had the gym teacher and coach were in front of me, and we were sitting there watching last night, and they were talking about, and maybe you know something about this, or anybody that has kids playing flag right now. Apparently, these new flags from the NFL have like an air suction system to them. They're not just the Velcro rips, and you have to like pop them out when you pull them. Like I guess it makes like an actual sound in his effort. Or cheater flags, as some people call them. Do you know anything about those?
No, I didn't hear about that.
Did you guys play like in gym class, flag football and that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So apparently now they're stepping up the flag game a little bit. No idea.
Interesting. I know my flag football team that Hudson's on, they're not happy with because last year their jerseys, the flags had Velcro on them, so they could just put flags on their jerseys.
Okay.
But apparently they don't make those anymore wherever they got them. So
that would be easier than belting them.
Yeah,
right?
so we got to put belts on them now, and that's just causing more headaches.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's one more thing. And yeah. So why would they not do the Velcro unless it was hard to maintain, or but if you used them, if they were?
I don't know, but
I'm telling you, apparently the flag game is getting stepped up. Did you have a favorite part of homecoming week when you guys did that? I mean,
getting out of school early.
Oh, Friday for the parade. Always. Did you
Yeah.
remember ever being part of a float or making the float or anything like that?
No.
Who was the crosstown rival for Medford? Like, who was your?
I mean, we were the southernmost. So, I mean, we were the old Lumberjack Conference. It was Tomahawk, it was Ashland, it was Minocqua, it was Park Falls, it was Northland Pines. So, I mean, we really didn't have like a crosstown rival.
Who would you consider your personal?
Merrill.
Oh, Merrill versus
Now Merrill's in the conference. So, but,
okay.
yeah,
Why
was
Merrill? Why was it right on the tip of your tongue like
just
that?
personal feelings.
You
Just
got
personal feelings.
You got personal beef with
Yeah,
Merrill?
basketball. There was a kid that looked like Haley Joel Osment that bugged me. So
Sixth Sense guy.
Yeah.
So what was their mascot? I don't even know.
Blue Jays.
And you guys were the
Raiders.
a little bit tougher than the Blue Jays.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay,
All right.
gotcha.
Thanks, Morgs.
Yeah. Anytime.
One in, couple more to go. We'll be back after news.
WAYY Eau Claire, W286CK Eau Claire, Sports Talk 105.1 and 790 AM. From the 715 Newsroom, it's your news done differently with Morgan McCarthy.
Well, good morning. Here's what we're learning today. Now, do you say data or data?
I've heard it both ways.
Menominee says nada, as the city is pulling the plug on a deal for the development of that $1.6 billion data center. It was projected to create as many as 1,000 construction jobs during development and then 50 to 75 full-time jobs beyond that. They had also said an additional 200 to 300 contract workers would be involved. Showing you different sides so you can decide. Some members of the community expressed concerns about the use of water as well as noise and light pollution from the facility. Recently, you may have seen the signs up around, and ultimately it culminated around the meeting table last night with Mayor Randy Knack announcing at the city council meeting that the community would no longer be pursuing that data center project. When it comes to public health on the broad stage, some people curious about the announcement yesterday, and we'll show you different sides so you can decide. President Trump says Tylenol during pregnancy can lead to an increase in autism.
So taking Tylenol is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good.
On the other side, autism research and awareness group Autism Speaks
says there have been possible associations, but nothing proven. It also points out that the generic drug leucovorin mentioned in yesterday's announcement shows promise, but more clinical tests are needed. I'm Michael Kastner.
In headlines that bring us closer to our area, a Chippewa County man is facing charges in a criminal case involving a young victim and pleads no contest. Investigators say that 30-year-old Austin Stonke sent inappropriate pictures to a young girl over Snapchat, and that included an image of his private parts. Stonke entered a plea yesterday on a charge of exposing a child to harmful materials and was sentenced to 1 year in prison. And we have an update on a priceless ancient gold bracelet. It had disappeared from a museum in Cairo, but now
Egypt's Tourism and Antiquities Ministry says the 3,000-year-old bracelet belonged to a pharaoh, King Amenemope, who ruled from 993 to 984 BC. It was being restored in a laboratory at the Egyptian Museum when it went missing recently. Now authorities say they've learned the artifact was smuggled out of the lab, sold to a gold workshop for a few $1,000s, and melted down. 4 arrests have been made in connection with the theft. I'm Mark Mayfield.
I cannot even with Kasper these days. So we have the new studios, and he wants to reinvent everything. Get bougie new merch. The latest is he wants everyone to call him
King Amenemope.
Just stick with Kasper for Sports Talk 105.1. I'm Morgan McCarthy.
Temperatures are starting off a little bit cooler than yesterday, hovering in the 50s and the 60s in a few spots. And some patchy to even dense fog has developed across portions of the Chippewa Valley. Fog will gradually continue to burn off after sunrise this morning, leaving us with daytime high temperatures up near 71, decreasing clouds into the afternoon. I'm 13 First Alert meteorologist Sarah Lighthizer.
From the first whistle to the final buzzer, from the locker room to the deer stand, it's sports Wisconsin style. This is the Dan Kasper Show, your home for hard-hitting takes, in-depth conversations, and some fun along the way.
All right, second hour here on this Tuesday morning. It is a Toyson Ford Grind My Gears Tuesday. So what in the world is grinding your gears, people? Hit us up. Either on that Shoe Doctors texting line or commenting on the YouTube stream. Join in on the chats over there. Get it off your chest, make it appropriate, and we can say it on the air for you. Coming up this hour, I do want to talk a little green and golds, talk a little bit about some of the comments from Matt LaFleur yesterday when he chatted a little bit with the media, specifically surrounding the offensive line group. Also, I do want to chat a little Jordan Love, at least for those who have already chimed in on this. It's kind of our Love Thermometer. 0 to 10, 10, you're head over heels. Love, love, love. You love Love. You love the fact that Love is your starting quarterback. 0, no. It's like you're just, no. Clean cut, break it up, break the heart. No love there whatsoever. It looks like the majority is between a 7 and an 8. Which, okay, I'm pleasantly surprised with that. Maybe it's on social media that has some issues with Jordan Love. Not sure. But if you don't like Love, tell me why. Don't be shy. Don't be afraid. If you're not in love with Love, let me know. We'll get back to more Brewers talk as well, as the Brewers will be back at it tonight, going up against the Padres of San Diego. 8:40 first pitch. Coverage will begin 35 minutes prior on your radio dials. 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Just 5 more games left to go here in the regular season. Brewers are still holding on to a 2.5 game lead over the Phillies for the top spot in the National League. If you're doing a little scoreboard watching, Phillies will be taking on the Marlins starting tonight. So, plus we got more Badger chat on the way. RJ Cardinal will be joining us here in a little while. Definitely going to talk to him and get his response on Barry Alvarez comments. Kind of been a topic of conversation in the first hour here. And I'm really curious to get more opinions on this. Where are you at on the whole booing your team in your stadium, your own team? Okay, so Barry Alvarez was not happy with Badger fans booing the team. These were some of the comments he said on his radio show on ESPN Madison. Let me bring him up here quick. I think it's embarrassing. I think it's terrible, despicable. They're about the fans. Here's a team that you got young players trying to come on that are competing. They're going to have a chance to get better, and you flip on them early in the season, and you flip on them, and you're chanting for the coach. How do you think that makes the players feel? That's disrespectful. It's not loyal. You're not a fan. If a person is sitting next to me booing, I'm telling them to get their butt out of here. We don't need you in here. You don't want to watch this? Go someplace else. Go boo in a bar. That really upsets me. Are you on the side of the Godfather, Barry Alvarez, or do you respectfully disagree with one Barry Alvarez? Let me know. Matt LaFleur yesterday. What up, Henry? How you doing, man? Henry tuning in to the program, youngster Henry. Good morning, sir. Shout out to Henry, young listener out there. Big thanks for checking it out, man. Packers-wise, though, Matt LaFleur yesterday talking with the media and kind of giving a little bit of an update, I guess, on some of the injuries and such. So some of the comments from him. First of all, Zach Tom did not suffer a setback, he said. Essentially, just realized couldn't go after just one play, which is disappointing. You know, that not to say it would have made a difference having a backup elevated for the game or such, and if he would have been not playing, but I mean, it could have been a whole lot worse, I guess, at that point in time. But saying he didn't suffer a setback, which is good news. I don't think he's going to play, but I didn't think he was going to play or give it a go against Cleveland. But with the bye week coming up afterwards, I'd be kind of surprised if they throw him out there, maybe give him a little bit of extra rest and such. But other injury notes, Javon Bullard is in concussion protocol. I said Devontae Wyatt's going to be day-to-day with his knee injury and such. So other comments from Matt LaFleur. This one made me scratch my head just a little bit. But he said, quote, and this was from Ryan Wood, I knew that the D-line was pretty good. I probably underestimated them to some level, like the other guys not named Myles Garrett. Also went on to say that they will revisit what the offensive line is being asked to do in some cases. And in one part, he later on said that maybe they're asking too much of Jordan Morgan, going all across the offensive line and asking him to do too much in his second year, and maybe needs to focus on, either at a tackle or at a guard position. Kind of threw that out there. When it comes to the offensive line, and for me, for the offensive line, I think, for all of us Packers fans, we've all done it. National peeps have done it. We have been so excited, so pumped up about the defensive front. Let's not forget, though, just how important and how crucial the offensive line is going to be for this team to win a championship. The offensive line play, the health of the offensive line can make or break, can ruin a season. I mean, look at the first game, for example, against the Lions. And I get it. It's the first game, maybe a little bit of getting adjustment from the Lions coordinators and such. But, I mean, look at the first game. Jordan Love didn't get sacked once. 2 quarterback hits. You look at the Lions last night, they sacked Lamar Jackson 7 times. 7 times. They didn't sack Jordan Love once. Offensive line was fully healthy in that game, outside towards the end, but they began the game healthy. And we have seen now what a banged-up offensive line how much that can affect what the offense wants to do. And I think if the Packers want to be that contending team, they want to win that Super Bowl, they want to win that championship, a lot is going to be determined on the health and the play of this offensive line going forward. It is crucial. It is crucial for this offensive line to improve its play and to get back to being healthy so it doesn't derail the season. I mean, we're only 3 weeks in, so I don't want to push the panic button. I don't want to, sound the alarms, DEFCON 5, whatever the highest level is. But they have got to figure out the offensive line depth-wise and get these guys in a position to succeed, get these guys playing better. The other head-scratching comment from Matt LaFleur for me yesterday was when he was talking about the false starts and some of the penalties. Quote, "I've seen it. It's been happening more than we'd like. You see it in practice. It's not hard to expect it in a game. We've got to dial in better." So this is something that is happening in practice. And it's transitioning to the field in games that matter. That's a problem, and I'm probably underscoring it a bit. That is a big issue. Why is this happening in practice? What is the problem here that we're having so many issues with false starts on the offensive line? They got to figure that thing out, and they got to fix it ASAP. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. We talked about the stupid, ridiculous penalties that are stalling drives, making it harder on the offense, making it harder on themselves. These false starts are so annoying. There's certain penalties where it's like, okay, whatever, yeah, they stink, but it's like one of them is maybe a holding one on an offensive lineman when they can't see that the quarterback stepped up, or the illegal man downfield because a play is broken up or something like that. But false starts, that's unacceptable. But the offensive line, they have got to get this thing figured out. They have just got to get healthy. I don't want the offensive line to be the unit that derails this season. When they are healthy, I feel confident. I feel good about this group. But right now they're not. And even, you look at the play of Elton Jenkins this past weekend. Not great. Not great. And when you look at, if you use Pro Football Focus grades, okay? If you use that as a gauge of how well some of the players did this week, well, offensively, it wasn't great on the offensive line. Bottom 5 offensive grades, according to Pro Football Focus, all offensive linemen. The worst was Rasheed Walker, your starting left tackle, 34.1. Then it was Jordan Morgan. Then it was Aaron Banks, Anthony Belton, and Elton Jenkins. That essentially was your starting group. I know Aaron Banks left the game with an injury, but that's essentially your group. Collectively, they allowed 15 total pressures. All finished with a pass blocking grade under 40. That's inexcusable. Inexcusable, especially when you knew going in the quality of that defense. That's mind-boggling. For what it's worth, if anybody's wondering, the top 5 for offense was John Fitzpatrick at 76.9. Josh Jacobs, second, 73.4. Dontavian Wicks, Matthew Golden. Jordan Love finished with the 5th best offensive grade, but it was a 59. That just tells you. So 59. That tells you, that highlights the struggles that this offense had on Sunday. 59 is the 5th highest grade. Put that in perspective. The 5th lowest grade was a 44.6 by Elton Jenkins. Bottom 5 defense, the 5th worst defensive grade was Carl Brooks at 60.7. That would have been enough for the 5th best offensive grade, for crying out loud. Yikes. For what it's worth, defensively, in the trenches, top 5 defensive grades for the Packers yesterday or on Sunday. Enoch Barre had a 90.4 defensive end. Lucas Van Ness, 89.8 defensive end. Micah Parsons, 82.1 defensive end. Quay Walker, 81. Kobe Wooden, defensive lineman, 76.2. Of all the changes that football has undergone over 100 years of play, whether it's been cycles of focusing on running the football or airing it out and it's become a passing league, it is still won in the trenches. It is still offensive line and defensive line play. We are seeing the difference from this Packers defensive group from a defensive line standpoint. The amount of pressure that they have been able to put on teams. How about this? This was from Zach Jacobson yesterday, and I had to save this. Pressures through the first 3 weeks in 2024. Lucas Van Ness had 3. Rashawn Gary had 6. Pressures through the first 3 weeks this year. Lucas Van Ness, 11, 8 more than last year. Rashawn Gary, 13, 7 more than last year. Yes, having Micah Parsons helps with that, but that's also an example of what a player can do and how much a player can make a difference on the defense. Green Bay knew they had to get better at getting after the quarterback. They knew they had to get better at pressuring the quarterback. They knew that it's still up in the trenches, and they did that, and they upgraded, and it's had a trickle-down effect with everybody. Flipping it back to the offensive line, they got to figure it out. They got to start playing better. No more stupid penalties. A lot of it is they got to get healthier. They got to get healthier. Because if Jordan Love is going to be under duress throughout this whole season, that could really derail a season that has high expectations, high hopes, high goals. And let alone, I'd like to open up the running lane a little bit too. We do have an offensive line coach, B. It's Coach Butkus, Dick Butkus' nephew. He's been there for the last few years. So, also Jordan Love's number, Love Thermometer number is at an 8. All right, let's talk a little bit more about Jordan Love. Where are you at on the Jordan Love Thermometer? 0 to 10. I feel like the last 24 to 48 hours has been an interesting conversation about Jordan Love amongst some fans. Maybe it's the minority on social media that's being the loudest, but I want to chat a little bit about Jordan Love. All right, so first we got to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
You're listening to the Dan Kasper Show.
Hey, this is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food, made me want to exercise, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. My energy level exploded. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods, and I lost another 10 pounds. In fact, I brought my husband. He lost weight. More important, cholesterol and blood pressure improved. My friend went, and she lost 20 pounds in the first 2 months. So does Mark Patrick hypnosis work? Oh yeah, it works. Nothing has changed my life more. Well, except maybe my husband. He's so proud of me. Makes me cry.
Oh, wow. What are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed. Early bird special only $49.99. That's right. Weight loss seminar Saturday, September 27th at the Best Western Plus Eau Claire Conference Center in Eau Claire at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking seminar 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Melissa Peterson here for Franz and Bank in Eau Claire. Do you want to maximize the interest on your deposits? There is no need to look any further. Earn a premium rate when you open a Real Results checking account with us. Treat your deposits right and take advantage of this fantastic offer. Stop by the Eau Claire office today or conveniently open an account online at franzandbank.com/realresults. Franz and Bank and Trust. Real people, real results. Member FDIC.
Hi, I'm Kevin from The Shoe Doctor. We're celebrating our 35th anniversary, and I'd like to thank all of our customers for your support. In the month of September, we'll be offering 10% off all regularly priced items, buy two, get one free on all socks, and up to 75% off all our clearance items. We'll also be giving away a free pair of Darn Tough socks with all footwear purchases while supplies last. So stop in for great deals on sandals, outdoor and work footwear, socks, and much more. The Shoe Doctor, located on Claremont Avenue, Eau Claire.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Listen to Sports Talk 105.1 anywhere, anytime. Just download the Sports Talk 105.1 app or listen to us on your smart devices and speakers and never miss your favorite sports programming.
When it comes to groceries, meals, and convenience, families in Eau Claire can count on Hy-Vee. From fresh produce and quality meats to ready-made meals and everyday essentials, Hy-Vee has everything shoppers need all in one stop. Friendly service, great selection, and weekly deals that help stretch the budget. Hy-Vee in Eau Claire makes shopping super simple. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Couple of texts or comments on the video stream here. Zach says, the false starts are not okay. Jordan Morgan had the most of them. That can't happen. And if it's happening in practice, why is it not getting fixed? That's my grind my gears. It is a Toys Ford grind my gears, and I think that's a good one. That just, yeah. And I guess a follow-up to me, to Matt LaFleur would have been, well, how long has it been happening in practice? Has this been going on since training camp, since preseason? Is it something that's just popped up here? I just, that one, and as Joe said too, false start is BS. They know the count and can see the ball. I don't know if Love's got to go into a room with them and just work on hard counts and get them trained, or what the heck is going on? So, Love, talent is a 9, decision making is 3. Well, I got to give you an overall grade, Joe. Got to give you an overall grade. Can't break it up into 2. It's a Love thermometer. Gets pressure and he can make a good decision. Needs to be able to think faster on his feet. Don't just stand there. Use your feet. Need an overall grade. One number. All right. And I'm curious. I do want to get opinions from others who maybe are not on the Jordan Love bandwagon. Why is that? Maybe you don't have a high grade of love for Love. If not, tell me. I would say the average is probably about at a 7. It's probably at about a 7 from everybody who has chimed in so far. So Joe's got a 7 on there too. Okay. And right now, I'll be honest. When I thought about bringing this up, I thought the number would be a little bit lower. So maybe the talk that I'm seeing on social media about Love, and I know social media is a dark place a lot of times on X and Twitter and such, but there does seem to be, at least for those, some animosity, some not on the on the Jordan Love bandwagon. I think a lot of it is, one of the common gripes I've seen about Jordan Love is, while he's getting paid as a top quarterback and he's not performing like a top quarterback, at least in their opinion. And that to me, that kind of boggles my mind a little bit. I understand it, but I don't think you're looking at the deeper picture when it comes to that. First of all, it's what the market tells you. When it comes to free agency, it's what the market tells you. And Jordan Love was entering his second contract. I mean, you look at quarterback contracts throughout this league. As Justice Mesquada pointed out, there is no second contract. He tweeted this out. There is no second quarterback contract between $46 million and $7 million per year. The idea that you could sign a second contract quarterback for less than top of the market value is farce. Everyone is paying that money. That's what the market dictates. But I think we've got to remember when it comes to contracts, everybody's throwing out the average per year. You're seeing the number $55 million for Jordan Love. Don't pay attention to that number. Look at the cap hit for every single year. That's the number we should be focusing on when it comes to whether it's hindering your team or not. And when I was looking at quarterback cap hits for the next 3 seasons, Jordan Love isn't even in the top 10. This year, he's 13th. He's got the 13th highest cap hit at $29.7 million. Compare that to the highest is Dak Prescott at 50.5. So that's this year. Next year, 2026, he's still not even in the top 10. He's 14th. It goes up to 36, but compared to other quarterbacks across the league, 14th. 2027, his cap hit moves up to 11, still outside the top 10. Kirk Cousins has higher cap hits than him. Tua has higher cap hits than him. Dak still has higher caps than him. His cap hit explodes in 2028 to the second highest cap hit out there, which also means what? It's probably going to be time for a restructure at that point in time. So I don't buy the whole, well, he's getting paid $55 million with this whole reason why Love isn't, a top quarterback because he's not playing to a $55 million level. I don't buy that argument. I don't. He is He got paid with what the market dictates. It's as simple as that. And you don't pay attention to the average per year, the 55 million per year. You pay attention to what is the cap hit. And right now, for the next 3 seasons, Jordan Love is outside the top 10. So he's not getting paid cap hit wise as a top 5 quarterback. And to me, it feels like when Jordan Love has good games, really good games, there really isn't a whole lot of praise. There really isn't a whole lot of love. But when he has one bad game, and it was a bad game. It was a bad game on Sunday. Poor decision making, stupid throw for that interception. There's games where it seems like he has a couple of those. But I don't think you can base it fully on it. It feels like when he does have that bad game, that's when the hate explodes. And again, I know I did this last week, but you look at a lot of the numbers, and Jordan Love was off to a good start, and you compare it to a lot of other numbers there. I think people I don't know if they want to ignore it. They just have this preconceived mindset about Jordan Love. They have the high expectations of an Aaron Rodgers, like C-Bomb was saying a little bit earlier, when he was calling out people for not liking or appreciating Jordan Love. But you look at a lot of the deeper comparisons and rankings and numbers to other really good quarterbacks in the league, and Jordan Love's in there with a lot of them. So I guess I'm with the clear majority right now, which I'm a little surprised at, but I'm pleasantly surprised at, with a clear majority who are at about a 7, between a 7 and an 8 for the Love Thermometer. I'm with you guys. And I was one who did not like the pick. I hated the pick. I'm glad I was wrong. Now, I know he's got a long career ahead of us. A lot of stuff could change. But right now, if I'm going back to when that selection was made in 2020 to what we have seen so far, Love has so far surpassed my expectations or my thoughts on what he could be as a quarterback. We have been spoiled for really good quarterback play over the years with Favre and Rodgers. I mean, I don't need to rehash all that crap. And it was an incredibly high bar that Rodgers sets, from taking care of the football, throwing the ball. I mean, maybe one of the best, if not the best, thrower of the football in the history of this league. So even just a little bit underneath of a performance of an Aaron Rodgers, it's probably like, oh, yep, that guy's not as good. Jordan Love probably won't ever be as good as Aaron Rodgers. And not too often do you see a guy who replaces a Hall of Famer that's better than that Hall of Famer. I know not everybody agrees with that with Favre and Rodgers. It's a debate that'll go through the end of our lives, and it's fine. It's a fun debate to have. It's a good one to have, that we had 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks back-to-back like we did. I don't know if Love is going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback. I don't know. It'd be awesome. I think we'd all love that. But it's just kind of weird at times to see, I don't know, a fan base be not as supportive for their quarterback when he does have good games, but they're really loud when he doesn't have good games, and I'm kind of confused on that. And I don't like the narrative of the clutch gene. If you're using that game from yesterday for a narrative of a clutch gene, I will raise you last year's Houston game, leading the team down for a game-winning field goal. I will raise you the Saints game in his first year down, what was it, 17 or 14 in the fourth, and they won. If you're going to use that game against Cleveland for a clutch gene, I'll raise you a couple more. And as C-Bomb noted a little bit earlier, he did lead them down to field goal range. I get it. We overreact to single games, to one game. It's sports. It's always going to be that way. Chris says, Jordan Love, thermometer 5. I believe he is just an average mid-tier quarterback. He is a yes man and does whatever Matt LaFleur tells him to. I don't see him putting the team on his back and carrying us to victory. I actually don't even know if he's had a come-from-behind win. Well, I just gave you a couple right off the top of my head. Can average take us to the promised land? Yes, but there has to be a well-oiled machine in all other areas like special teams and defense. A couple more texter or comments on here. James says, I was about to enter 7 as well. We can't tank his rating because of a really ugly game. My gut tells me if the field goal isn't blocked and the Packers win, there would still be Love criticism, but not nearly as harsh as what is going on. I would agree with you. I'd agree with you, James. Zach says you can't put it all on him, even though he did make some pretty dang mistakes. Zach says, I said earlier between 7 and 8, but I think I'm closer to an 8. So, John says, good morning, Dan. I'm at a 7 with Jordan Love. I believe there's a lot of potential that is still yet to be unlocked. Yes, he does make mistakes, but people put Jordan Love on a pedestal right next to Aaron Rodgers and try and compare him to Aaron Rodgers, which is not fair to Jordan Love. Keep these coming. Where are you at on that Love thermometer? I'm going to post up a graphic, and maybe we have to do this as a weekly bit or something. So, all right. Quick break. But send me, if you're just joining in, a topic of conversation that was in the first hour that got a lot of good back and forth. Where are you at on booing your team in the stadium if you're at a game? Good with it? Hate it? Disagree with it? Middle of the road? Where are you at? Let me know. Let's get that conversation going back and forth there. Do you agree with the Godfather, Barry Alvarez? Or you hate it? Or do you disagree with him? Be careful if you disagree with the Godfather, though. Anybody who's watched Godfather knows what I'm talking about.
180! The Dan Kasper Show will be right back.
This Friday and Saturday, the largest lineup of bands in the Midwest comes to Eau Claire for Ringfest. Lasker Jeweler and Diamonds presents Ringfest. It's a boot scootin', rootin', tootin', true love shootin', hoedown of rings. Ringfest. Featuring Lasker's best prices of the year, including a 10-gallon hat huge 5-carat lab-grown diamond engagement ring for only $59.95, $2,000 off the everyday price.
I bought 3 rings, one for each girl I knew, was part of loving you.
2 days only. Ringfest. Click your spurs over to Laskers.com. Make an appointment and you could win a $500 in-store credit.
Put a ring on it.
September 26th and 27th. Learn more at Laskers.com.
Save big money on everything for your next bathroom project. Now at Menards. Upgrade your bathroom with Max. With more than 1,000 showers, bathtubs, and surrounds, you're sure to find exactly what you need to add luxury and style to your bathroom. Save big on our entire selection of Max bathroom products. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
This update sponsored by UW Credit Union. For every stage of life, UW Credit Union is here for every you.
Be first in line for 2026 Brewers season tickets available now. Secure the best seats in the house at the best rates of the season and get a 2025 regular season Brewers game free. Plus, fuller half-season plans of 2 or more seats get a custom Brewers starter jacket. Learn more at brewers.com/season tickets.
Join UW Credit Union at uwcu.org. Insured by NCUA.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with the Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with nationwide LTE coverage. For a limited time, get 60% off and free UPS shipping at rapidradios.com. Use code RADIO for an extra 5% off.
The U.S. cattle herd doesn't appear to be getting any bigger. Let's take a look at that and more farm news this morning on Sports Talk 105.1 and AM 790. Cattle and calves on feed for the slaughter market in this country for feedlots with a capacity of 1,000 head or more totaled just over 11 million head on September 1st, down 1% from a year ago. That's according to numbers in the latest USDA cattle on feed report. The big story, though, as far as numbers, is the placements in feedlots. In August, 1.8 million head. That's 10% below a year ago. Only two states, Arizona and Washington, saw an increase in placements in August. All other states reporting a decline compared to a year ago. Nobody stayed the same. Marketings of fed cattle during August total 1.6 million head. That's 14% below a year ago, and the lowest number for August since the series began back in 1996. Well, over the weekend, Mexico confirmed a case of New World screwworm in their state of Nuevo Leon, less than 70 miles from the U.S.-Mexico border. That detection is the most threatening to the American cattle industry and livestock industry, as it is located near a major highway between Mexico and Laredo, Texas. In July, New World screwworm was found about 370 miles farther south from the current detection location. U.S. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins stated that protecting the U.S. from New World screwworm is a top priority, and the country will continue to implement our 5-pronged plan to protect the border and our cattle numbers. U.S. ports remain closed to all imports of cattle, bison, and horses from Mexico until this New World screwworm is under control. And the cranberry harvest is underway. That means the Cranberry Festival this weekend. One of the most popular events in Wisconsin is the Warren's Cranberry Festival, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in Warren's, Wisconsin. That's a look at some of our food and farm news on Sports Talk 105.1 and AM 790. I'm Bob Bosold.
Broadcasting live from the TDS Sports Talk 105.1 studios, it's the Dan Kasper Show.
Deer season or football season, Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire has hunters and tailgaters covered. Known for their expert venison processing, Mike's turns that hard-earned deer into high-quality cuts, sausages, and more. And for the next big game, go grab some of their famous homemade brats, perfect for any tailgate party. Local flavor, family service, and quality you can taste. That's Mike's Star Market. Stop on in today and taste the difference. So coming up next hour, about 35 minutes from now, we're going to talk with RJ Cardinal. Obviously, we've got a lot of Badger stuff with him and lots to hit up with the football team and such. And if you haven't voted yet in our 715 Speaks poll question brought to you by Post Glass and Mirror, you can go to our Facebook page and vote right now. But you know, we threw out there with Luke Fickell's buyout reportedly over $25 million. Do you think Wisconsin would still potentially move on from him as head coach by the end of the year? 57% of you saying no, while, of course, 43% of you saying yes. But I'm curious to also get your thoughts on booing. It kind of developed into a topic in the first hour based off the comments from Barry Alvarez, who was calling out Badger fans for booing the team, booing the head coach, chanting for him to get fired, calling out Badgers fans for that. So kind of turned it into a question whether do you agree with Coach Alvarez? Do you disagree with Coach Alvarez? So based off some of the comments we've gotten so far, I'd say it's around 50-50. Now, I think a lot of us would agree. Kids, we're not doing it, like high school on down, we're not, right? We're not doing that. We're not getting to that level. But where is that line? Do you do it at college? Do you start at college and go up if you are, or is it just strictly for the pros and that? Where are you at on that? Where are you at on that? So if you haven't chimed in on that yet, let me know. I'm curious because I'll be honest, like I'm probably not the right person to maybe answer this because when I go to a game, I'm really quiet actually. Yes, anybody who's gone to a game with me, I'm probably more quiet than what you would expect. Like I just kind of take it on in and I'm just watching. Yes, I'll cheer when there's a big play. High five the fans at Lambeau, fist pump if there's a big hit at AmFam Field or whatever, clapping and that. I do that. I don't boo. I get, I do a little bit of like hooting and hollering when your team's on defense and such and stand up, but for the most part, I think it surprises people how kind of like I think people just have this mindset that if they're going to go to a game with me, they're probably going to get like a really animated fan, and that's not me. That really isn't. So I'm probably not the best one, based off my experience. Like I've never booed in person and such. So, but for those who are maybe a little bit more animated than I am when it comes to going to games and such, how do you feel on that? What do you feel on that? We've had people say, in terms of the Badgers, it's booing the program and not the players. We've had some it's saying, well, some of the players are getting paid, so yeah, boo 'em. Some are like, no, don't. It's kind of all over the place right now. But if you haven't chimed in on that, let me know. I'm curious to get your thoughts on that topic. Back to a little, and you can still send me some of your Jordan Love thermometer grades. I'm averaging it out. It is around a 7. 7 is the popular. So at least for those who are participating in the program here this morning, whether it's on YouTube or on the texting line, there's some love for love. There's love in the air. There's a little bit of love in the air. James, also don't forget it is a grind my gears. James says, my grind my gears, those who are jumping the ship on the Packers due to one ugly game. Take a deep breath, Packers Nation. This is still an amazing team. James also said, I can't remember if I said this comment before, but if I did, I'll just repeat it. My gut tells me if the field goal isn't blocked and the Packers win, there would still be love criticism, but not nearly as harsh as what is going on. Zach says, without a doubt, there would still be criticism. These are both on the YouTube. There always has been a lot of fans like to compare to Rodgers, and I personally think he can be better than Rodgers. Ooh, I like the bold prediction, Zach. I like it. What are your thoughts? Really quick, Brewers, 5 games left to go. Here's your standings update. Here is your magic number. So they are 2.5 up on the Phillies for the top spot in the National League. 2.5 up. That magic number is still at 3 with 5 to go. Brewers are sitting at 95 and 62. The Phillies at 92-64. We know the Brewers have a bye in the postseason. They got that bye wrapped up. But if they want home field potentially throughout the whole darn thing, they still have that to play for. We got game 2, Brewers, Padres coming at you tonight. Maybe potentially a preview of a divisional round series. There is a shot that it could be that. It'd be in Milwaukee this time instead of in San Diego. But again, if it all works out, first San Diego's going to get by the Cubs and such. But kind of wondering wherever things at right now in terms of the standings. Phillies are going to be going up against the Marlins. It will be in Philadelphia. But the Marlins have been playing some really good baseball as of late, too. So maybe don't kind of like, oh, crap, it's the Marlins. So the Phillies are going to have, an easier test than what the Brewers have coming up here. But, I mean, you kind of look at it with the Marlins right now. I mean, they've won 6 in a row. They're 9-1 in their last 10 games. So they're playing some confident baseball, maybe a little bit loose. We've talked about it how many times. Some of the most dangerous teams are those teams that are playing loose. And Miami right now, not officially eliminated from the postseason. We're in the final week. These are the teams still alive that have not clinched playoff spots yet in the National League that are still alive. The Reds, the Mets, who are tied right now at 80 and 76 for that final wild card spot. Diamondbacks, who are 1 game out. Cardinals are 3.5 out. Giants, 3.5 out. And then Miami, 4 out. Those are the teams who have not clinched a spot yet that are still alive in the National League. American League, teams who have not clinched spots yet. Got the Yankees, Boston, Cleveland, Astros, Rangers, Royals. Right now, Yankees and Boston holding on to the top 2 wild card spots. You got Cleveland and Houston tied up there for that final one. Texas is 5 back. Royals are 6 back. Time's running out on those 2. If we just look at it from a straight-up numbers game. So maybe doing a little scoreboard watching. Going forward. Last night, Brewers were just 1 of 3 games and went to extra innings. Went to 11 total innings. Padres winning in walk-off fashion. Freddie Peralta, though, got another milestone. Hit 200 Ks again for the 3rd season in a row. He went 5 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 home run, 1 walk, 6 Ks. So no decision for Freddie Peralta in the game last night. They'll try again. Game 2 tonight, 8:40. 8:40 is going to be first pitch, so another late game. All right, we got to take our final break for this hour. Keep those comments coming. Keep the insight coming. All right, I want to hear from you. Quick break. We'll be back after these quick words.
Got a take on today's topic, but can't call in? Then hit us up on Facebook, Twitter, or the text line and let your fingers do the talking.
When injuries happen, athletes and families across Western Wisconsin trust Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. From sprains and fractures to joint replacements and rehab, their team combines expert care with advanced technology to help patients recover faster and stronger. With decades of experience and a focus on personalized treatment, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine keeps the Chippewa Valley moving. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, trusted care for every step. Just visit cvosm.com for more details.
Service Master of Chippewa Valley is your local expert when it comes to fire and water damage, carpet and air duct cleaning, mold remediation, and trauma. They're when you need them 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Trust comes in the yellow truck. Learn more at ServiceMasterChippewaValley.com.
Well, how did you do on your underdog picks this past weekend? I'll be honest. I just missed on getting a clean sweep. My kicker missed a field goal. Otherwise, I would have had that sweep. So I get asked all the time, what's it like playing with underdog? And I tell people the same thing all the time. It's so simple. You just pick whether players will go higher or lower on their projected stats, and that's it. And you can play with as little as $1. And the cherry on the top, it's actually made my sports viewing even more enjoyable. Download the app today and sign up with the promo code Casper to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code Casper with a K. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Wisconsin. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-498-6548. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-498-6548. That's 800-498-6548. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's a podcast for Brewers fans in the 715. It's the 715 Brew Crew Tailgate Podcast. Available on your favorite podcasting platform.
When injuries happen, athletes and families across Western Wisconsin trust Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. From sprains and fractures to joint replacements and rehab, their team combines expert care with advanced technology to help patients recover faster and stronger. With decades of experience and a focus on personalized treatment, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics keeps the Chippewa Valley moving. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics is sports medicine, trusted care for every step. Get started today and find out more details by visiting cvosm.com. You know, we've been talking a little bit about Jordan Love and the Love Thermometer. Maybe this would help with the grading here a little bit. Pro Football Focus charted pass blocking and pass play efficiency. According to, again, this is just Pro Football Focus. Yeah, Jordan Love pass blocking grade in it. It's not great. It's like that GIF or whatever. Not great. I think a lot of it is, though, based off of that most recent game. So, again, it's just 3 weeks worth of stuff. Because, I mean, you look at the first week against the Lions. Offensive line was awesome. Why? They were healthy for the majority part of that game. Offensive line play affects quarterback play. And that's where I think is such a huge thing to kind of watch here. Is this Packers offense, they need to get healthy. They need to get healthy, and they have got to clean up these penalties. That is probably, I know a couple of you mentioned it as your grind my gears. I think that's mine too. My Toyson Ford grind my gears is these false start penalties from the Packers, and the fact that Matt LaFleur yesterday said it's happening in practice. Why? Why is this happening in practice? Like you said, it's happening in practice, so it's hard not to expect it to happen in a game. Why? Why? How is this being allowed? Like, okay. And I want to know, how long has this been going on in practice? Has it been happening recently? Has it been something that's been going on in training camp and preseason? But if this has been going on for a while, okay, we got to do something different then. Because if it's been something, if it's been a constant theme for the last couple months, maybe try something different. Maybe coach it different. Do something differently. Lock the offensive line in a room with Jordan Love and let them work on hard counts and cadences so everybody is on the same page. But figure out what the issue is. This has got to stop. You cannot continue to have these false starts on the offensive line. You cannot continue to have these stupid penalties all across the board. 17 total penalties by the Packers. 14 of them were accepted. Again, that is the most in a game by the Packers since Week 3 in 2010. Inexcusable. They've got to fix that. Whether it's a coaching thing, players being held more accountable to themselves. All right. Coming up next hour in about 25 minutes or so, we're going to catch up with RJ Cardinal. Yeah, we got to talk Badgers. Josh says, I only really boo at bad calls, but bros making millions of dollars. People can boo if they want to. So, what are your thoughts on that? Do you agree with the Godfather, Barry Alvarez, that it's a no-no? Or are you like, no, I'm booing. Of course I am. What are you talking about? What side of the aisle are you on? All right. 2 in. We got 2 more to go, BB. Well, I don't know what I was trying to say, though. 2 more to go. Baby is what I was going to say. Continue to send me your thoughts, though, okay? I want you to join in on the conversation. I love hearing your comments, your analysis, your input, all right? We'll be back after these news updates.
WAYY Eau Claire, W286CK Eau Claire, Sports Talk 105.1 and 790 AM. From the 715 Newsroom, it's your news done differently with Morgan McCarthy.
Well, good morning. Here's what we're learning today. Now, do you say data or data?
I've heard it both ways.
Menominee says nada, as the city is pulling the plug on a deal for the development of that $1.6 billion data center. It was projected to create as many as 1,000 construction jobs during development and then 50 to 75 full-time jobs beyond that. They had also said an additional 200 to 300 contract workers would be involved. Showing you different sides so you can decide. Some members of the community expressed concerns about the use of water as well as noise and light pollution from the facility. Recently, you may have seen the signs up around, and ultimately it culminated around the meeting table last night with Mayor Randy Knack announcing at the city council meeting that the community would no longer be pursuing that data center project. When it comes to public health on the broad stage, some people curious about the announcement yesterday, and we'll show you different sides so you can decide. President Trump says Tylenol during pregnancy can lead to an increase in autism.
So taking Tylenol is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good.
On the other side, autism research and awareness group Autism Speaks says
there have been possible associations, but nothing proven. It also points out that the generic drug leucovorin mentioned in yesterday's announcement shows promise, but more clinical tests are needed. I'm Michael Kastner.
In headlines that bring us closer to our area, a Chippewa County man is facing charges in a criminal case involving a young victim and pleads no contest. Investigators say that 30-year-old Austin Stonke sent inappropriate pictures to a young girl over Snapchat, and that included an image of his private parts. Stonke entered a plea yesterday on a charge of exposing a child to harmful materials and was sentenced to 1 year in prison. And we have an update on a priceless ancient gold bracelet. It had disappeared from a museum in Cairo, but now
Egypt's Tourism and Antiquities Ministry says the 3,000-year-old bracelet belonged to a pharaoh, King Amenemope, who ruled from 993 to 984 BC. It was being restored in a laboratory at the Egyptian Museum when it went missing recently. Now authorities say they've learned the artifact was smuggled out of the lab, sold to a gold workshop for a few $1,000s, and melted down. 4 arrests have been made in connection with the theft. I'm Mark Mayfield.
I cannot even with Kasper these days. So we have the new studios and he wants to reinvent everything. Get bougie new merch. The latest is he wants everyone to call him
King Amenemope.
Just stick with Kasper for Sports Talk 105.1. I'm Morgan McCarthy.
Temperatures are starting off a little bit cooler than yesterday, hovering in the 50s and the 60s in a few spots. And some patchy to even dense fog has developed across portions of the Chippewa Valley. Fog will gradually continue to burn off after sunrise this morning, leaving us with daytime high temperatures up near 71, decreasing clouds into the afternoon. I'm 13 First Alert meteorologist Sarah Lighthizer.
Whether it's a kickoff under the lights or a sunrise on the water, Wisconsin lives for the moment. Sports, outdoors, and everything in between. So grab your coffee and turn up the volume because it's the Dan Kasper Show.
Third hour kicking off right now on this Tuesday morning. It is a Toyson Ford Grind My Gears Tuesday. So what is grinding your gears? Get it off your chest. Let us know. Make it appropriate, though, so I can say it on the air, okay? That's the only thing I ask. Just make it appropriate so we can say it on the air. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we're going to talk some Badger football with our guy, Mr. R.J. Cardinal. Definitely lots to talk about with that game on against Maryland, the future of the program, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll get to RJ coming up in about 20 minutes or so. You had Monday Night Football last night. The Lions taking down the Ravens in a high-scoring game. I mean, the NFC now, you kind of look at where things stands. It's going to be interesting coming up here because you've got Philadelphia undefeated, Commanders 2-1, Green Bay 2-1, Minnesota 2-1, Detroit 2-1, Tampa Bay's 3-0, San Francisco's 3-0, Arizona, Seattle, Rams all 2-1. But how about this game for next week? Two teams at 1-2 and two teams that have Super Bowl goals this year. Chiefs and Ravens. Baltimore's at Kansas City this upcoming weekend. Somebody's going to be 1-3. One of those two teams is going to be 1-3. That is going to be a fantastic matchup. And whoever loses that game, be interesting to hear from their prospective fan bases from that one. But, yeah, I'm outside of Green Bay visiting Dallas, which, by the way, I guess Jerry Jones said there will not, if this even matters, but there will not be a video or recognition of Micah Parsons. They're not going to do that. Apparently, they did it for Zeke Elliott when he came back, before coming back his second time. But when he was an opponent there, obviously they did it with Emmitt Smith. But Emmitt Smith's a different. I mean, come on, look at the career in that. I don't know. I don't know if it. I think it's still kind of raw, so that's probably why they're not doing it. But who knows if that's the thing. Sounds like Packers though won't have to go up against CeeDee Lamb, so he's suffered a high ankle sprain. He's going to be out for a couple weeks. So Packers secondary won't have to worry about going up against CeeDee Lamb. Also, it sounds like, too, that Tyler Booker is going to be out multiple weeks as well. So maybe with Packers offense or defensive front offensive line. Defense. What am I doing? Spit it out. He's a guard for the Cowboys. But the Packers defensive front maybe going to feast a little bit more on Dak. Be nice to get some pressure on him and get some picks thrown off of him. We'll talk more about this game and such when we get closer to the back end of the week here and that. But definitely two big losses for the Cowboys with no Tyler Booker on the offensive line and no CeeDee Lamb on the perimeter for Dallas. So a couple more people texting in on the booing topic. It's split. One texter, Jim, says, got no problem with booing. If you pay the ticket to be there, you can boo. Another one says, I have a problem with booing. You're there to support your team through the highs and the lows. So it's definitely been a back and forth one. Definitely been a back and forth. I would say it's probably about 50%, 50-50. Just cut across the board. But if you want to make your opinion known, do you believe in the whole booing thing? Do you boo? And I should be clear, you got to be at the game. Are you booing in the stadium and it's for or it's against your own team? Yes, Green Bay, you go to Lambeau, you boo the opposing teams. I don't think there's a problem with that. I mean, that's kind of like, you're at our house. No, we're going to boo you, right? But do you boo your own team? Do you boo your own team in person at the stadium? What side are you on? And I'll be I'm not a booer. I'm not, and that's more so like I'm kind of quiet at games. Yes, I'll cheer when there's a good thing, or when you got to cheer when you're on defense, or when there's a good play, I'm fist pumping and saying, "Yeah." I'm just not a booer. I guess that's not in my DNA. It's not where I'm at. Some are a little bit more vocal at games, though, and that's kind of maybe where or who I'm directing that question to. If you're one of those that are very vocal at a game, you're up and down and you're cheering and you're into it on every single play and that, Have you ever booed? Do you boo your own team, even if it's not going well? I mean, of course, like if you're at a game and your team's not playing well, you're probably like, for me, I'm like, God, mumbling some stuff or shaking your head or you're just kind of like, son of a gun. Son of a gun. What's going on? What are you doing? I'm not a big vocal person. Brewers are back at it tonight, looking to get their 96th win and tie the franchise record for most wins in a season. Sitting at 95 with 5 to go. Anybody having hopes of the Brewers getting to 100 wins, they're going to have to win the rest of their games here. So I don't know if anybody's willing to go out with that prediction. I'm not. I'm not. But they still could break their franchise record in wins if that's something that we're all paying attention to or wanting to see. On the mound for the Padres is going to be Randy Vasquez. He's 5-7 with a 3.94 ERA in 26 games pitched this year. Bruce Zimmerman is going to get the start for the Brew Crew. If you're like, who? Well, we haven't seen him at the major leagues for a couple of years. Last with the Baltimore Orioles. He's been with the minor leagues for the Brewers for the last about year and a half, couple of years here. So left-handed pitcher, going to get the start for the Crew. I think it's a combination of, a couple different things. One, you got Woodruff and Quintana on the injured list, so you need another arm. Two, you probably don't want to tax a lot of your guys that are probably going to be on your playoff roster for a start like this. Now, maybe if it was more of a must-win, maybe if you don't have anything clinched up, maybe you're changing who the starting pitcher is going to be. But I think all things considered, when you factor in that, all right, they got the division. They do have a first-round bye. Yes, they're still competing for the top spot. But when they've factored in the other injuries that they've had on their pitching staff, probably makes sense to call up Bruce Zimmerman. I have no idea what to expect from Zimmerman. I have no idea. The last time we saw him in the major leagues was 2023, 2-0 in 7 games with a 4.73 ERA. And, I don't know if we're going to see a resurrection of a career like we've seen from a lot of Brewers pitchers when they get in that system. I mean, we can look at what he did at the minor leagues this year in 28 games. He started 21 of those. He was 10-7 with a 4.11 ERA. That's what he did at AAA this year. His last game in AAA, he did pick up the win. He went 5 innings, gave up 1 earned run. In the month of September, 3 games, started 2 of those, 17 innings, 1.06 ERA. 3-0. August, 1-2, 6.75 ERA. Not great. July, great. 5 games, 1.65 ERA. I mean, it'd be awesome if we get a Zimmerman that is going to, wheel and deal like he was this month so far at AAA. The expectation, or what I want to see, I just want to see him eat up some innings. I want to see him put the team in a position to win. I still would like to see the Brewers get home field, or the 1 seed. Then you get home field throughout the whole dang thing. I know they've got a good road record, but if it comes down to Phillies, Brewers, NLCS, Phillies are dang good at home. I'd rather have that at home than have the Phillies, than go on the road to play the Phillies. I know for some people it's kind of maybe nitpicking here a little bit. I'd still like to see the Brewers get the top seed in the National League. So what I want to see from Zimmerman tonight, I want to see him eat up some innings. I want him to pitch well, but just keep the team in a position to win the ball game tonight. Offense has to step up. Give him some early run support. Put up some crooked numbers tonight. Get those runs. Different lineup last night with Yelich at the leadoff spot. It's like Brewers win the division, they clinch first round bye. It's like, yeah, let's throw Yelich at leadoff. Hey, guy got on 4 times, 3 times via the walk. Just waiting for that one more home run so he can get 30 on his career and over 100 RBIs. But hey, I got to, Brewers, and I know Pat Murphy kind of talked a little bit about it yesterday or last night after the game. For a team that was celebrating the day before, then they have to go to the West Coast. Maybe there's a little bit of a let-off type of feeling. They battled. They still went out there to try to win the game. Murphy said, I'm proud of our guys for not just showing up and saying, well, we've clinched a bye, we won the division, and showing up and playing as hard as they did. That touched me. That was special. Guys were disappointed we didn't win. I am too. And they got to keep that same mindset. That's why I'm glad that there's still something to play for here for the Brewers. It's easy for a lot of teams to say, hey, we're in this position right now with a few games left to go. Let's maybe take our foot off the gas a little bit and just make sure we're healthy and we're ready to go for the postseason. I like the fact that they still have something to play for here if they want it, because it keeps them focused in the zone, keeps them focusing on, okay, we still got to win ball games. I want them to be heading into the postseason where they're still playing at a high level, where they're still playing competitive baseball, and hopefully that kind of carries over into the postseason. I don't want them just kind of like, it kind of is like that when you get to the NFL playoffs and you get that team that gets the 1 seed, do you play that final game or not? Because you have the long layoff, rest over maybe trying to stay in a rhythm. It's kind of like this here in my opinion, for the Brewers, even though they still have something to play for here a little bit. But I want them to still be with having that competitive mindset of playing competitive baseball. Obviously, health is the most important thing. But I want these guys to approach these final 5 games with the mindset of still winning. Still winning. All right, let's take a quick break. And let's get to this Badger football talk with Mr. Cardinal here. So actually, I don't know if I have to double check something. I might have spoken out of turn. Let me double check something. So, all right, let's take a quick break, and we'll be back with more coming up after these quick words.
You're listening to the Dan Kasper Show.
Join Mark Patrick's seminars and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back.
Totally changed my life.
It's amazing.
I don't have any cravings.
You want to quit, but have found it impossible? This is the thing for you. I have absolutely no craving. It's the darndest thing I have ever seen in my life.
It's not for entertainment. It's for results.
Do it. It works. Period.
You've tried everything else. You need to come and try this.
Early bird special, only $49.99 guaranteed. Because don't just cut down, but stop smoking. In addition, lose all the weight 100% guaranteed with Mark Patrick seminars. Let hypnosis destroy unwanted cravings and lose the weight. That's right. Seminar Saturday, September 27th at the Best Western Plus Eau Claire Conference Center in Eau Claire. Weight loss seminar 11 a.m. Stop smoking seminar 2 p.m. Registration 30 minutes before seminar. Sign up now at markpatrickseminars.com.
In today's business environment, you need internet that's as strong as your ambitions. TDS Fiber Internet is designed to meet the highest demand, offering blazing fast symmetrical speeds and rock-solid 99.9% network reliability. Fortify your business with internet that delivers unmatched strength and durability. Upgrade to industrial-strength TDS Fiber Internet. Built to endure, built for your business. Visit tdsbusiness.com. Internet speeds are up to and not guaranteed, subject to availability. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
The first ever Mopar Showdown is coming to Rock Falls Raceway September 27th and 28th. Car show and swap meet action happens all weekend with drag racing featured on Saturday and autocross action Sunday. If you like all things Mopar, this weekend is for you. September 27th and 28th at Rock Falls Raceway for the inaugural Mopar Showdown. Find all the information on Facebook, Instagram, or at rockfallsraceway.com.
This update sponsored by UW Credit Union. For every stage of life, UW Credit Union is here for every you.
Be first in line for 2026 Brewers season tickets available now. Secure the best seats in the house at the best rates of the season and get a 2025 regular season Brewers game free. Plus, fuller half-season plans of 2 or more seats get a custom Brewers starter jacket. Learn more at brewers.com/season tickets.
Join UW Credit Union at uwcu.org. Insured by NCUA.
Deer season in Wisconsin isn't just a hobby, it's a tradition. And for hunters who take it seriously, there's one stop that's been trusted year after year. That's Tilden Gun. From rifles and scopes to ammo and accessories, Tilden Gun has what hunters need to get ready for the woods. No gimmicks, no guesswork, just solid gear, fair prices, and honest advice from folks who know hunting because they live it. Whether someone's zeroing in a new scope, stocking up on ammo, or finally upgrading that old rifle, Tilden Gun helps hunters gear up with confidence. They're not just selling products, they're helping keep hunting traditions alive, one season at a time. With a wide selection, dependable brands, and a staff that actually knows what they're talking about, Tilden Gun is where Wisconsin hunters go when they want to do it right. This season, before you head out to the stand, make sure you stop at Tilden Gun. They're located at 12427 98th Avenue in Chippewa Falls, and you can check them out online at tildengun.com. Tilden Gun, where Wisconsin deer hunters gear up.
Stock up for less on work and home essentials with another great week of Fleet Farm deals. Like 40 pounds of KT Basic Blend Bird Food for just $16.99. And Diamond Crystal Iron Fighter Softener Salt for only $7.29 a bag. Plus, get a $25 Fleet Farm gift card free when you buy $100 worth of Keen, Carhartt, or Timberland Pro footwear. Count on Fleet Farm to deliver the goods at the best prices guaranteed. And find even more weekly deals at fleetfarm.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with nationwide LTE coverage. For a limited time, get 60% off and free UPS shipping at rapidradios.com. Use code RADIO for an extra 5% off.
In our corner of Wisconsin, we tend to get overlooked sometimes by our favorite sports teams. Sure, once in a while, a local bar will get a shout out or a team tour will make a quick stop, but we are just as passionate about our Packers, Bucks, Badgers, and Brewers as everyone else. That's why we've created the 715 Fan Cave. It's a place for fans to gather and talk sports and show their love for their favorite teams. For more info, just visit sportstalk1051.com.
Now that week 3 of the NFL season is in the books, make sure you get your picks in for week 4 because it's coming up here in just a couple days. If you've been making those picks, you know the drill. You just go to our website, click on the Fan Cave tab, right? Go over there, click on the Fan Cave tab, and make your picks. Scroll down to the bottom and make your picks. So, I lied. We don't have RJ today. He is unavailable, so I lied. I apologize. So we'll make do without RJ though. But if you're just joining in, and I want to hear your thoughts on Barry Alvarez. So Barry Alvarez said this on his weekly radio show on ESPN Madison, calling out Badger fans. No, calling out some of you maybe. These were some of the comments he had to say, specifically his thoughts on fans booing and chanting to fire Luke Fickell. Quote, I think it's embarrassing. I think it's terrible, despicable. They, fans, are spoiled rotten. Here's a team that you got young players trying to come on, that they're competing. They're going to have a chance to get better. And you flip on them early in the season, and you flip on them, and you're chanting for the coach. How do you think that makes the players feel? That's disrespectful. It's not loyal. You're not a fan. If a person is sitting next to me booing, I'm telling them to get their butt out of here. We don't need you in here. You don't want to watch this? Go someplace else. Go boo in a bar. That really upsets me. What is your reaction to that if you're a Badgers fan? Do you agree with him? Do you disagree with him? It's an interesting topic on both sides. I mean, is there a line? For some are saying not college, but pros, yes. And let's keep the minimum at college. Because you have Brian Daboll, head coach for the New York Giants. Okay, Giants fans were booing Sunday nights with their loss against the Chiefs. And when he was asked about the fans booing, his response was, quote, "Look, I would be booing too, to be honest with you. In terms of not being good enough, not scoring, not finishing. I understand that. That's the nature of it. We got to do better." So is it different between high school, or it's not high school because I hope, we're not doing our own kids that level, but is it different between college and the pros or not really? Now, a lot of you have made the connection. If you get paid, you can get booed. Some of you have made the connection. It's not individual players, but you're booing maybe the program. What side are you on? Do you have a problem? And I'm specifically kind of, referring to you're at the game in person. You're not at the bar or your man cave or wherever. But you're in your home stadium and your team is getting shellacked. Do you boo them? Or are you of the one saying, no, we got to support them through the highs and the lows. Support them through the highs and the lows. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I go back and forth on this because I could see the arguments for both sides. I could see the arguments don't boo, because if you're a fan of the team, you need to support them through the highs and the lows. And if you're booing them, that's not supporting them through the highs and the lows. I understand that. I also understand where people are just really frustrated and they want to voice their frustration of their disappointment in the team. Maybe some of you go with the Bart Starr quote. This is one of my favorite Bart Starr quotes. Anyone can support a team that is winning. It takes no courage, but to stand behind a team, to defend the team when it's down and really needs you, that takes a lot of courage. I mean, Bart Starr is full of great quotes. I mean, look at the coach he played for. But Bart Starr, I don't know of one person that ever had anything bad to say about Bart Starr. Maybe as a coach for the Packers and such back in the day. But are you this is, again, a guy, and maybe it's different because he did play at a high level. He did coach at a high level. He probably got some flack for that. Barry's the same way. He coached at a high level. He probably heard some boo birds or some criticism along the way. Maybe they're coming at it from that angle of it doesn't help. It doesn't do anything. You want us to be better? You want our teams to be better? Then you got to support it and not boo it. But again, you have Brian Daboll from the Giants saying, no, I get it. I understand it. They should be. So I understand both arguments to it. It's just, and is it, when you go back, let's say to the Bart Starr quote here, does it say, anyone can support a team that is winning. It takes no courage, but stand behind a team to defend a team when it's down and really needs you, that takes a lot of courage. I don't know if, let's say you boo, and you say you were booing the Badgers and that. does that necessarily mean then, okay, you don't support them anymore? That you're done supporting them? Maybe for some it does. But I guess that's open, I guess, a little to interpretation as well. Ron says, booing is a part of fandom. Cheer when you're winning, boo when you're not happy with how things are going. I have no problem with booing, especially seeing how far this program is falling. Chanting fire, that would be too much for me. Yeah, I'm not a booer, just it's because I don't usually get really animated at a game. And I think that's the main reason why. I'm always kind of like conscious of like, okay, what's the people around me going to think if I get a little too animated? I don't want to be that person, right? When you go to a game and sometimes you're around a couple fans, it's like, okay, you guys got to tone it down here a little bit. Like I'm always worried, like I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy that everybody's like mumbling about. And I think that's part of it's like why I'm usually very reserved and quiet when I go to games. I'll cheer when I have to. When it's like, big play, touchdown, home run, third down defense, fourth down defense, that sort of stuff. But I think it's mostly just in my DNA. I'm not vocal at games in person. I don't know. It's just, to me, when I'm like booing, it just sounds weird to me. Just like it just sounds weird coming out of my mouth. But we got Ben saying the Bart Starr quote is exactly right. If you are a fan of a team, you support them through the highs and the lows. Can't stand it when fan bases boo their own teams in their own stadium. Jim says, I am not a booer, and I can't stand when fan bases boo their own teams. It's like Bob Uecker said, when he was never critical of a player, he has been there before. I think fans need to take that into account too, whether they are going to boo players or not. All right, interesting. Another one says, Dennis says, booing and supporting the team are not mutually exclusive. As a longtime fan, maybe I deserve the right to boo. I still support my team, but they need to know this isn't a quality product. I think they probably do know it's not a quality product, though, too, right? I think the biggest thing, again, it's going to be money. If fans want to send a message, it's going to be, don't buy tickets. Don't go to the games. Have it be an empty stadium. That's the thing that's going to send the message the biggest. If it's affecting ticket sales and if it's affecting money, if you're not happy with a product, don't buy it. Then don't go support it. But at the same time, I think, to go on Dennis's point, where maybe that's not mutually exclusive. You still support them, so you're still going to go and buy that ticket, and you're still going to go support them. But if that product isn't good, or you're not happy, you're going to boo. You're still supporting by buying the ticket and being in attendance at the game. But you want to still display your displeasure for that product, for that team. A couple more texts before we got to take a quick break. Chris says, not a fan of booing, not a fan of fans who boo their team. Jeremy says, I don't have a problem with booing. I'm not a booer myself, but I get it if fans want to voice their frustrations. So again, it's honestly about 50-50 right now. Not one way or the other. All right, we'll take a quick break. Get back to some more of your thoughts. Send those on over. We got the Jordan Love Thermometer. 0 to 10. 10, you love the guy. You're in love. 0, no. Where are you at on him? We're at about a 7 on the average.
180. The Dan Kasper Show will be right back.
Save big money on doors at Menards. Mastercraft makes great doors inside and out, building the highest quality doors in a wide variety of styles. Add beauty to your home's entryway with an exterior door from Mastercraft. Shop the best in-stock selection or design your door your way, in-store or online. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
This Friday and Saturday, the largest lineup of bands in the Midwest comes to Eau Claire for Ring Fest. Lasker Jeweler and Diamonds presents Ring Fest.
Give me a ring, don't make me wait.
It's a boot scootin', rootin', tootin', true love shootin', hoedown of rings. Ring Fest. Featuring Lasker's best prices of the year, including a 10-gallon hat-huge 5-carat lab-grown diamond engagement ring for only $59.95, $2,000 off the everyday price.
I bought 3 rings, one for each girl I knew. Part of loving you.
2 days only. Ring Fest. Spurs over to Laskers.com. Make an appointment and you could win a $500 in-store credit.
Baby, put a ring on it.
September 26th and 27th. Learn more at Laskers.com.
Kurt Sandley started Sandley Construction for one reason: his family. Today, he treats every project like it's his own home. From roofing that protects what matters most, to siding that boosts curb appeal and value, to tree service that keeps your property safe and clean, Curtis puts the same care into your home as he would his own. At Sandley Construction, quality isn't just a promise, it's personal. For a job done right by someone you can trust like family, give Kurt a call or search Sandley Construction on Facebook today.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part, they accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
With DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, your game day instincts can score you real money fast. And here's the kickoff bonus. New DraftKings customers get $50 in bonus bets with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now. Use code Patrick. Code Patrick, you play just $5 to get $50 in bonus bets for Pick 6. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 plus. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning? RV wins! Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast? RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Our office computers were from like 2012.
What? They had computers then?
Yeah, I don't know much about new tech.
Apparently.
So I went to Staples and saved big on an AI-powered HP laptop and HP OfficeJet Pro printer, which also came with 3 months of free instant ink.
And we're back in this century. During Staples HP Tech Event, save up to 35% on HP printers and up to 40% on AI-powered HP PCs.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. Into 11/1 select models only.
Broadcasting live from the TDS Sports Talk 105.1 studios, it's the Dan Kasper Show.
Coming up next hour, since week 3 of the NFL season is officially in the books, I'm going to do my power ranking. So I'll throw it back to all of you. If you got your top 5, your top teams in the NFL, or you want to do the top 32, you can do that as well. Send those on over to me, all right? Hit me up with a text or comment on the video stream with your top 5, top 10, or your top 32. If you want to be an overachiever, you can do that. All right, you can do that. But send those puppies on over to me and see if we got any matches. Definitely Green Bay has fallen, right? I mean, I think it's safe to say Green Bay has fallen. So, but how far have they fallen in my power rankings? Well, we'll see. So, okay, let's kind of catch up on some more messages. Okay, so this is a very definitely a vocal topic, or a very popular topic right now, the whole booing thing. Couple more, I don't have names for the texter saying, yeah, essentially you don't have a problem with it. And then Ben says, you do have a problem with it because you're not supporting your team. And then Jake says, I'm not a fan of booing, but that's just me. So, okay, if you want, you can still send those on over if you like. 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, or join us on the video stream. So earlier on, we talked about the offensive line for the Packers and a little Jordan Love. So Matt LaFleur yesterday at his press conference was talking a little bit about offensive line play and made a comment about Jordan Morgan. Maybe they're asking too much for Jordan Love by moving him around all across the line. Essentially, he's kind of like their swing offensive lineman. You hear swing tackle, a guy who could play left tackle and right tackle. But essentially, Jordan Morgan has been filling in at guard and at tackle. I mean, he's kind of been all over the place. And let's face it, he struggled big time in this game on Sunday against the Browns. Every offensive lineman struggled. I mean, if you look at Pro Football Focus, for crying out loud, their bottom 5 offense was their starting unit outside of Zach Tom. Rasheed Walker had the lowest grade, followed by Jordan Morgan, Aaron Banks, Anthony Belton, and Elton Jenkins. Those 5 allowed 15 total pressures. Morgan had 3 penalties. It was, I mean, run blocking, pass blocking, they were just bad overall. How much does the offensive line play affect quarterback play? I think it's a big thing. But if we're sticking with just the offensive line play here, this is something that Green Bay has got to figure out. They, first of all, get healthy. Okay? Starts there. Get healthy. But they've got to get this line improved, cut down on the penalties, the stupid false start stuff. It still just grinds my gears when LaFleur made the comment yesterday that this is something that's been happening in practices, and kind of said, yeah, kind of expect it going into a game because, you know, they've been doing it in practice. What? Why? How? How is this a thing? You've got to figure this thing out. It still matters what you do in the trenches. It still matters how well you play up front. Protection, opening up running lanes, for all of the changes that has gone on in the NFL throughout these years. becoming more of a passing game, and et cetera, it's still won in the trenches. Offensive line, defensive line. Green Bay made the improvements on the defensive line. They have gotten better there. Numbers are, we see it with our eyes. Numbers show it too. But from an offensive line standpoint, maybe it's just something as simple as they've got to get healthier. Maybe there's a little bit of just from a performance standard too, which I would say there is. They cannot let offensive line play derail their season. Poor offensive line play, banged up offensive line play that lingers throughout the season can affect your whole season. I'm not pushing a panic button after 3 games into this thing. I don't want to do that. I don't want to come off that way. But we could see examples of this from just the first 3 weeks. Week 1, when they were healthy for a majority part of the game. No sacks, couple quarterback hits. Now I know the other side of that, the flip side of that is going to be, they got the Lions week 1 when they were, kind of getting used to their coordinators and such. Sure, I'll get you that. I'll give you that. But you still look at the difference in play from a unit that performed really well against the Lions, and you saw how well Jordan Love played, compared to 15 total pressure. Was it 15 pressures? Yeah. Pro Football Focus has it as 15 total pressures. And we saw the play from the quarterback in this game. Some of that's coaching. Some of that's performance. It's all the above. You mix it all in one little pot, and that's what you get. I blame the players, and I blame the coaches. I blame the game plan. You have got to scheme your way out of that. You've got to game plan. You've got to call the game to help out your quarterback, to help out your offense. And I still believe Green Bay fell short in that. But going forward, we have got to see this offensive line play match the intensity and the level of play that the defensive line has been bringing week in and week out. I'm sure there's going to be arguments. Well, defensive line is a bit more talented than the offensive line. Sure. But that doesn't mean it's any less important right now. We need everybody on that group. I don't care where they're playing. I don't care if it's a guard. I don't care if it's a tackle. I don't care if it's a center. All around, they have got to play better for this team, who still, we're still have huge, high goals with this group, right? They've got to get better. They have got to get healthy. James says, my take on booing, I'm blessed to have a friendship with a coach in pro sports. Not only friends with him, but his entire family. He could take criticism, but what angers him is when booing and fan stupidity impacts his kids at school. I go to games. I try to remember these guys have families, and I try to ask myself, how are my actions going to impact this coach's kid at school on Monday? Criticism is fine. Coaches understand that. Creating a culture where the kids have to hear their friends say, my dad thinks your dad stinks, isn't acceptable. Zach says we have to be able to dominate the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. It's still one in the trenches, right? Offensive line play, defensive line play. I don't care if you got great receivers or great cover corners. I still believe games are won week in, week out in the trenches with the big guys up front. If you can pressure that quarterback and you can protect that quarterback, now you're cooking. I know receivers and corners, they're the flashy players. Every kid wants to be a receiver, right? Or the quarterback, or maybe playing corner. Everybody wants that. They want the glory. They want the attention. They want the contracts. They want the money. They want the touchdowns. They want the endorsement deals. They want to be in fantasy football. They want to be able to help your team score points, right? It's still in the trenches, man. It's still in the trenches. It starts there. It starts there. All right. Let's take our final break, and then we'll wrap up the third hour Continue to send me your thoughts. All right, join in on the video stream or hit me up with those texts. Quick break. We'll be back after these quick words.
Got a take on today's topics but can't call in? Then hit us up on Facebook, Twitter, or the text line and let your fingers do the talking.
When it comes to flooring, homeowners in the Chippewa Valley trust Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. From soft, comfortable carpet to durable tile and stylish luxury vinyl planks, Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire offers a wide selection of high-quality flooring options to fit any style and budget. Customers appreciate their knowledgeable staff, expert advice, and professional installation, making the process smooth from start to finish. Locally owned and operated, Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire understands the needs of Wisconsin homes and takes pride in delivering personal hometown service. Located at 3109 East Hamilton Avenue in Eau Claire, they've been helping families transform their spaces for years with a reputation built on trust and results. One room or the whole house, Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire has it covered from the floor up. So stop on in at Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire and check out their website, carpetcitywi.com. Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire, where beautiful homes begin.
Hi, it's Steve Mann. Have you heard the commercials for the Mark Patrick Stop Smoking seminars? And they said only $49.99 and it could work for you. So I thought, that's not even a week's worth of smoking. So I went. And guess what? It did work for me. You know, my friends and family are still amazed. I quit smoking. I didn't have cravings, anxiety, or weight gain. Listen, I don't know how it works, but I know it works because I'm living proof, and it's 100% guaranteed. So what do you got to lose? I'll tell you what you got to lose. A very bad habit.
Join Mark Patrick's seminars and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back. Early bird special only $49.99 guaranteed. Hypnosis designed to work without anxiety, irritability, or weight gain. Early bird special only $49.99. Become a non-smoker. That's right. Seminar Saturday, September 27th at the Best Western Plus Eau Claire Conference Center in Eau Claire. Stop smoking seminars at 2 p.m. Weight loss seminar at 11 a.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Beth, you're in charge of ordering the tacos for the meeting today, yeah?
I'm not going to order the tacos.
What?
I'm going to Easy Cater the tacos. With Easy Cater, you can order from a huge variety of restaurants, track expenses, and save time.
Nice.
Oh, by the way, you're emailing the meeting notes, right?
No, I'm going to easy mail them. Where's my music?
Sorry, Ben. There's no Easy Cater for that.
Easy Cater, the easy way to order food for work. Order now at easycater.com.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with nationwide LTE coverage. For a limited time, get 60% off and free UPS shipping at rapidradios.com. Use code RADIO for an extra 5% off.
Hit us up with a text or give us a call at 715-830-1912 to let your sports opinions be heard on The Dan Kasper Show.
Jordan Love-O-Meter. It's at about a 7. We got 7 is definitely the most popular grade number we've had out there. If you just join in, you're like, what the heck are you talking about? Well, I mean, it seems like in the last 24 to 48 hours or so, there's been like a love-hate relationship with Jordan Love. At least it has been on social media, which I know can be a very, very, very dark place to go. But I'm curious from our listeners, where are you at on the Jordan Love-O-Meter? 10 being you're head over heels, goo goo gaga. You're infatuated. He's like, he's the man. 0, cold, no soul. You're not into him at all. Right now it's at 7. So I'm actually a little surprised that it's that high. So maybe it's a minority, the loud minority on social media that isn't the biggest fan of one Jordan Love, possibly. But I do think going back to our offensive line talk just now, I do think that factors into Love's performance. You look at the amount of times he was pressured, but then it's going to have an effect on you throughout the game, even on plays where you're not pressured, but it feels like maybe they're getting close. It's going to affect you as a quarterback. It's going to be in the back of your mind. We've seen that affect other quarterbacks. It's not just Jordan Love. We have seen that. I mean, we call it like seeing ghosts, right? So I do feel like that was part of the issue in that game on Sunday going up against Cleveland for Love was the constant pressure that he was under. And I'm not trying to absolve Jordan Love. Jordan Love did not have a good game. Okay? Let's just throw that out there. Love did not have a good game. But I do feel like part of his inefficiency, part of his poor play from that game on Sunday had to deal with the offensive line play. It's a trickle-down effect. We talk about Micah Parsons and his effect, trickle-down effect, how he has made so many different players on the defensive side better and the improved play from the pressure just overall. I mean, you see it from individual performances, not only with Rashawn Gary racking up sacks so far this season, but you're talking about triple the amount of pressures from Lucas Van Ness and Rashawn Gary with Micah Parsons just being on the field. This was from Zach Jacobson's pressures through the first 3 weeks in 2024. Lucas Van Ness had 3. Rashawn Gary had 6. So far this year, Van Ness is up to 11. Gary's at 13. And it's kind of the same with the offensive line. You're going to protect that quarterback. You're going to give him all day back there. You're going to make him comfortable back there. He's going to play better. Goes hand in hand. Right? It's a trickle-down effect. That's why I still feel like for all the changes that this league has gone through, for all the different scheming that you've got the hot shot offensive coordinators or these young, aggressive defensive coordinators out there, it all boils down to one area. Winning in the trenches. You have got to win in the trenches. You have got to protect up front. You have got to open up lanes up front for your running back. You have got to pressure the quarterback. Just my opinion. And I still feel like defensive linemen, I feel like at times get a little bit more love, attention, praise, because why? They show up in the stat sheets, right? They can record sacks. They'll show up with tackles. Offensive linemen aren't out there. They're not showing up in the stat sheets unless it's a play count. Yet they're the most underappreciated, some of the most underappreciated players in the NFL. If you got some good ones, you may know a little bit about them. But that's if the announcer or, color commentator will say, yeah, he hasn't allowed any pressures. So that's why I'm glad, actually, the NFL has now got finally an award to recognize the best offensive lineman. Because really, I mean, defensive lineman, you could still win Defensive Player of the Year because it's a stat number. It's a stat award. Let's be real. A lot of these awards, they're stats awards. And I don't know, what could we do to get offensive linemen in the stat sheets to maybe get them a little bit more attention, a little bit more love? What's something that we could come up with that would get the offensive lineman a little bit more love? Pancake blocks. Do we start keeping track of that and putting that in the stat sheet? Something that, because let's be real. general fans, football fans, they look at box scores, they look at numbers. Those names stick out. Oh, who got the sacks? Who got the picks? Who got the touchdowns? Offensive lineman, when you get a card of an offensive lineman, what shows up on the back? Games they've played. They don't really have a whole lot of stats on cards anymore, right? I mean, back in the day, right? You get an offensive lineman card, like, oh, now you barely get one. I don't even know if you still do. I think you do, because I think Hudson got a Joe Alt rookie card, but other than that, not a ton. All right, final hour coming up. We'll kick it off. I've got my power rankings. Send me who you think are the top 5, top 10 teams in the NFL. I'll let you pick how many you want to roll with. Okay? Jared Jones is talking about the Cowboys matchup with the Packers. We'll tell you what he's saying this morning about the return of Micah Parsons to Dallas, to Big D. So we will, I'll tell you, in case you haven't seen it on the social media, send money, because he is talking about money here in a second. So tell you that. We got Brewers talk coming up again. Brewers game 2. 5 games left to go in the regular season, people. That's it. Still something to play for, too. 3 in. 1 more to go. Quick break. News updates, and we'll be back here in just a couple minutes.
WAYY Eau Claire, W286CK Eau Claire, Sports Talk 105.1 and 790 AM. From the 715 Newsroom, it's your news done differently with Morgan McCarthy.
Well, good morning. Here's what we're learning today. Now, do you say data or data?
I've heard it both ways.
Menominee says nada, as the city is pulling the plug on a deal for the development of that $1.6 billion data center. It was projected to create as many as 1,000 construction jobs during development and then 50 to 75 full-time jobs beyond that. They had also said an additional 200 to 300 contract workers would be involved. Showing you different sides so you can decide, some members of the community expressed concerns about the use of water as well as noise and light pollution from the facility. Recently, you may have seen the signs up around, and ultimately it culminated around the meeting table last night with Mayor Randy Knack announcing at the city council meeting that the community would no longer be pursuing that data center project. When it comes to public health on the broad stage, some people curious about the announcement yesterday, and we'll show you different sides so you can decide. President Trump says Tylenol during pregnancy can lead to an increase in autism.
So taking Tylenol is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good.
On the other side, autism research and awareness group Autism Speaks says
there have been possible associations, but nothing proven. It also points out that the generic drug leucovorin mentioned in yesterday's announcement shows promise, but more clinical tests are needed. I'm Michael Kastner.
In headlines that bring us closer to our area, a Chippewa County man is facing charges in a criminal case involving a young victim and pleads no contest. Investigators say that 30-year-old Austin Stonke sent inappropriate pictures to a young girl over Snapchat, and that included an image of his private parts. Stonke entered a plea yesterday on a charge of exposing a child to harmful materials and was sentenced to 1 year in prison. And we have an update on a priceless ancient gold bracelet. It had disappeared from a museum in Cairo, but now
Egypt's Tourism and Antiquities Ministry says the 3,000-year-old bracelet belonged to a pharaoh, King Amenemope, who ruled from 993 to 984 BC. It was being restored in a laboratory at the Egyptian Museum when it went missing recently. Now authorities say they've learned the artifact was smuggled out of the lab, sold to a gold workshop for a few $1,000s, and melted down. 4 arrests have been made in connection with the theft. I'm Mark Mayfield.
I cannot even with Kasper these days. So we have the new studios, and he wants to reinvent everything. Get bougie new merch. The latest is he wants everyone to call him
King Amenemope.
Just stick with Kasper for Sports Talk 105.1. I'm Morgan McCarthy.
I'm weatherology meteorologist Derek Height with a significant weather update. A dense fog advisory continues until 10 a.m. this morning. A dense fog advisory means that widespread fog is likely to reduce visibilities to 1/4 of a mile or less, maybe near zero in spots. This fog may linger for a relatively long period of time as well, leading to significant travel delays. If you are out driving, slow down Use your vehicle's low beams for the best visibility possible. Take your time to stay safe. A dense fog advisory continues until 10 a.m. this morning. Stay tuned for additional updates. I'm meteorologist Derek Height.
Patchy fog continues across western Wisconsin this morning, but that'll gradually decrease as we go later and later into the day. Still can't rule out a few clouds this afternoon, but some sunshine may make an appearance. Daytime high temperatures up near 71. For tonight, dropping down near 53 degrees with some patchy fog possible late tonight and into the morning commute for tomorrow. I'm 13 First Alert meteorologist Sarah Lighthizer.
Get your hands up! Warning, the following hour may cause uncontrollable laughter, bold sports takes, and the sudden urge to yell at your radio. You've officially entered happy hour on the Dan Kasper Show, where stats are optional, opinions are strong, and Dan might be running on caffeine or something stronger. It's the final hour. Loosen the tie, unbuckle the brain, and let's get weird.
All right, here we go. Final hour kicking off right now on this Tuesday morning. It is a Grind My Gears Tuesday, so what's grinding your gears? Brought to you by Toys and Ford. I already said mine. A lot of you kind of said the same day. It's these penalties from Green Bay and such, especially since Matt LaFleur kind of let it be known it's been going on during practice, for crying out loud. So, I mean, that's inexcusable. That's unacceptable. It's grinding my gears. Got Brewers back at it tonight, looking to pick up their 96th win and tie the franchise record for the most wins in the regular season. Just 5 to go. Brewers currently up 2.5 on the Phillies for the top spot in the National League. So we'll get back to some Brewers talk coming up here in just a little bit. Question we've been dabbling in and out on this morning, kind of our informal poll. I'm going to put it up later on as a 715 Speaks poll question, brought to you by Post Glass and Mirror. But where do you stand on the whole booing thing? Do you agree with Barry Alvarez? Like, no, you don't. Or do you say, yeah, if you pay and you're in a stadium, you got no problem with it? What side are you on? It's about 50-50, I would say. It's about 50-50 from everybody who's chimed in so far. So, but you got about 55 more minutes to send in your thoughts here. So Jerry Jones is on the radio, or was on the radio, doing his show on 105.3 The Fan down in Texas there. And obviously we've got Packers-Cowboys coming up this weekend, Sunday Night Football, the return of Micah Parsons. It sounds like Micah Parsons will not have a video tribute. It's whatever. I don't have an opinion on that one either way. Not my problem. But says that a couple comments on Micah Parsons. Still apparently calls him Michael. Called him Michael a couple times in his session. Said that he does feel an extra bit of competitive drive for the Cowboys to win this week with Micah Parsons returning with the Cowboys, or with the Packers. He noted he wishes Micah well, obviously, but wants the Cowboys to win this week. Also called him Michael within this answer. That was from RJ Ochoa, who covers the Dallas Cowboys. Also went on to say that looking back, he would not have traded Micah Parsons away from the Cowboys at any earlier point in the offseason. He said that he knew the time to get the picks was, quote, right when it should have been. Said he also expects Jadeveon Clowney to make his debut on Sunday going up against the Packers. So, I'm sure Micah is going to be motivated to go down and, perform in front of his former teammates and such. There's going to be motivation from both sides of the ball. Dallas wants to go and show Micah that, hey, you're missing out on this, and try to dominate in that. And Micah's going to go and prove to them that you shouldn't have traded me and you should have paid me. Back and forth. So, how about this? This is from Zach Cruz. This is a good nugget. Teams have accomplished little throwing at the Packers cornerbacks this year against Nixon, Valentine, and Hobbs through 3 games. 10 catches on 26 targets for 92 yards. That's it. That's it. Before anybody says, well, they've allowed more passing yards total, where's that 92? This is just from the corners. Obviously, there's been completed passes against the linebackers, against the safeties, et cetera, et cetera. But that's a heck of a stat. 10 completions on 26 targets for 92 yards against Nixon, Valentine, and Hobbs through 3 games. That's a heck of a number. Where does it start? Defensive line. Pressure. Getting after the quarterback. Making it uncomfortable for him. Right? I mean, week 3 is in the books. Who is your sack leader in the NFL right now? Rashawn Gary, 4.5. Myles Garrett, Brian Burns, Byron Young, all tied for second with 4. Sean Gary, though, a lot of you made a note of it to say he's going to be the guy that's going to benefit the most. And right now, he sure has been. Packers have the 5th most sacks in the league, 10 total through the first 3 weeks of the season. Denver and the Rams have 12. Cleveland and Detroit have 11. Detroit just got 7 of them alone last night against the Baltimore Ravens. But you look at those reception numbers allowed by that Packers cornerback group. 3, 4, 5, 6. So right now, Packers are 7th in pass defense, giving up an average of 168 yards per game. So you take away those 3 corners, yeah, majority of it's probably coming from dick and dunks, linebackers in coverage, safeties in coverage going up against tight ends. A lot of that is with tight ends. Unbelievable. Rushing, I know Green Bay was second heading into that Cleveland game. They did drop down to 3 after giving up quite a bit of yards to the rookie. So Cleveland still number 1 in rushing defense. They're 4th in passing defense. How about yards overall? Cleveland, the number 1 team, 204.3 yards. Atlanta, Green Bay, 3rd defensively at 232.3 yards per game. These are defense. Offensively, Green Bay is a little past middle of the pack. So the leader is Buffalo, 420 yards per game offensively. Green Bay's at 300 passing yards allowed, or passing yards per game. Green Bay is about middle of the pack, 202. San Francisco's at 271.3. Rushing, there has not been a lot of rushing yards for Green Bay, right? A little past middle of the pack, just 98 yards per game. Points per game, again, kind of the same where everything's at offensively, 21.3, a little bit middle of the pack. So, pun intended. That's where their rankings are at. John has his top 5 for power rankings. He's got Bills, Eagles, Packers, Lions, and Colts. So, what are your power rankings? What are your top 5? What are your top 10? If you really want extra credit, give me your top 32. All right. My top 32 is coming up here in a matter of minutes. Also, where are you at on that Love-O-Meter? Feel like there's a little bit, at least on social media, the last 24, 48 hours, there seems to be a little bit back and forth on whether, you believe Jordan Love is the man or he's a good quarterback or not. But at least from the listeners, there's more love for Jordan Love than what I saw down the deep, dark Twitter, Facebook comments and such that have been floating out there. But hey, if you're different, or you want to hitch your trailer to the wagon of Jordan Love, or hitch your trailer to the wagon, that didn't make any sense. Hitch your wagon to the vehicle of Jordan Love and say, yeah, dude's the man. I love that guy. He's awesome. He's amazing. Let me know. I'll add it because I'm going to come up with an average of all the grades that have been sent over and see where everybody stands. And maybe we'll do this weekly after each performance from Jordan Love. It's the Jordan Love Thermometer, the Love Thermometer. So a couple more texts here before I got to take a quick break. Going back to the booing thing with the Badgers, it's still split. We have another Ben saying, don't have a problem with it. They get paid and they're in the national limelight. Fans have a right, if they're buying a ticket, going to the stadium, to boo the product. And then Travis says, have a problem with booing. I get it's bad play, it's poor play. There's a lot of frustration, but I think you still have to support the team through the highs and the lows. All right. Continue to send those on over. All right, let's take a quick break, and I'll get to my 32. My top 32 power rankings in the NFL after week 3, heading into week 4. How far did the Packers fall down in my rankings? I had them at 2 last week. We'll see how far they fell.
You're listening to the Dan Kasper Show.
Unique farming operations need unique financial solutions. Egg Country Farm Credit Services offers customized financing that fits any size farm, ranch, or agribusiness. The next time you're in the market for more land, equipment, facilities, or maybe even an operating loan, contact the team at Egg Country. They know agriculture and will work for you. Egg Country. Focused on ag, focused on you. Egg Country is an equal opportunity lender.
This update sponsored by UW Credit Union. For every stage of life, UW Credit Union is here for every you. Be first in line for 2026 Brewers season tickets available now. Secure the best seats in the house at the best rates of the season and get a 2025 regular season Brewers game free. Plus, full or half season plans of 2 or more seats get a custom Brewers starter jacket. Learn more at brewers.com/season tickets. Join UW Credit Union at uwcu.org. Insured by NCUA.
I'm here now with Colin Plume, CEO of Noble Gold Investments. Colin, gold and silver have been making headlines. What's driving all the buzz?
John, it comes down to 2 things: uncertainty and opportunity. People see rising debt, market swings, global volatility. That's the uncertainty. The opportunity is protecting their retirement by rolling over an old 401k or IRA into a secure, tax-advantaged gold IRA.
So instead of leaving retirement accounts exposed to the markets, you can protect them with gold.
Exactly. With a gold IRA, your money isn't just numbers on a screen. It's physical gold or silver stored securely in your name. It's a way to defend your future from future shocks while supporting the long-term growth of your retirement account.
And Noble Gold makes that process simple?
Very simple. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com and chat with a specialist. The conversation is free and the peace of mind is priceless.
That's the golden minute. Don't leave your retirement vulnerable. Protect it. Investments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals involves risk. Consult your financial advisor before making investment decisions.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just 1 pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Sports Talk 105.1 is your home for the great outdoors. Outdoor reports, outdoor tidbits with the DNR, photos, and more. Visit our outdoor community at sportstalk1051.com.
Just to add a little bit more to these Packers defensive stats, number 1 in points allowed, 3rd in yards allowed, passing yards 7, rushing yards 3rd, sacks 5th, opponent's passer rating 8th, but towards the bottom in takeaways. Got to get those takeaways. Maybe they got a shot going up against Dak Prescott on Sunday night. Hopefully. Like to see some more picks. Xavier finally got one. A little short of my bold prediction. I thought he was going to get 2, but got to see that. Got to see some more forced fumbles, too. Got to turn that ball over. They can do that. Get on the train, baby. Get on the defensive train. All right, let's do it up. Let's do some power rankings. NFL power rankings. These are mine. All right, these are just mine. So if you want to make yours known, you can. by hitting us up with a quick text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912. Oh, I wonder what was going on there. All right. Start at the bottom. Work our way up. The worst team in the National Football League after week 3. Got a few options we can pick from. I'll go with the Saints. 31. Titans. I got nothing to say about Saints. 30 is the Giants. Dart's going to be starting here soon, I feel like. At this point in time, too, as soon as Jackson takes over, Russell Wilson's career's got to be done, right? I mean, how many more opportunities is the guy going to get? And that is going to be an interesting conversation, not to get too far off the beaten path. But when Russell Wilson's career is over with, is he a Hall of Famer? You know, you got Eli Manning with the 2 Super Bowls, not yet a Hall of Famer. Didn't get in the first try. Russell Wilson's got a Super Bowl, but better stats than Eli. Phillip Rivers, stats, no Super Bowls. I'm going to throw this out to you really quick if you're listening. Bench, start, cut. Start, he's a Hall of Fame lock. Bench, possibly. Cut, no way. Wilson, Rivers, Manning. Bench, start, cut. Hall of Famer, possibly a Hall of Famer, no way. Where are you at on that one? I got to think about that too. That just came off the top of my head. So, Dolphins, 29. I know they gave the Bills a little bit of a run last Thursday, but still. Jets, 0-3 too. I mean, they almost pulled it off against the Bucs 2 games, and 2 other 3 games. I mean, they're just a couple plays away from being 2-1. But close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. So Jets at 28. Texans. You want to talk about maybe one of the more disappointing teams through the first 3 weeks of the season? The 0-3 Houston Texans. 0-3. Then you've got the Colts, who are maybe one of the more surprise teams, 3-0 right now. I don't know if Houston's going to be able to get back into this thing. Definitely surprises me that they're 0-3. Staying in the state of Texas, I got the Cowboys at 26. 25, the Browns move up. Bengals at 24. Carolina Panthers. That was a heck of a win they had on Sunday. Shutting down the Falcons. 30-0. Where did that come from? Holy moly. Michael Penix Jr. threw a couple picks in that game too, but that was kind of impressive from Carolina. I got to admit. 22, I'll go with the Bears. 21 Patriots. 20 Raiders. 19 those Falcons. I've got the Jaguars at 18. Broncos I got at 17. And the Broncos are a couple plays away, too, from potentially maybe having a winning record. And the Broncos were a team that was kind of a spicy pick for a lot of people to maybe win the NFC or AFC West, maybe even advance deep into the postseason and such. But there's some issues with the offense that they got to figure out. Cardinals, if we can base this off record-wise, through the first 3 weeks of the NFC West might be the best division of football. You got the 49ers undefeated, Rams, Cardinals, Seahawks, all at 2-1. Got a run on 2-1 teams here. I've got the Steelers at 15. They've been winning, but offense needs to kind of kick it into gear here a little bit too. Seahawks I got at 14. The Vikings I'm going to put at 13. I got to tip my cap. It pains me, but I mean, Carson Wentz, dude. chuck it all over. What if he does it again against the Steelers and across the pond in Dublin? We're gonna have a little bit of a quarterback controversy with our friends across the border here. Carson Wentz continues to do this. Chiefs 12, Ravens 11. And it's these two teams that are going to be facing each other coming up this weekend. Seriously, one of these two teams, probably the two of the most popular picks, because you got to throw the Buffalo Bills in there, but two of the most popular picks to come or to predicted to go to the Super Bowl of the AFC. And one of these teams is going to start 1-3. 1-3. I don't know if anybody had that on their bingo card to begin the season. Colts, I got at number 10 easily through the first 3 weeks of the season. I think you guys say they are the biggest surprise, positive surprise in the NFL. Just one punt through 3 weeks. Daniel Jones, Indiana Jones he's playing well. He's playing really well. He's at a quarterback rating of over 100 in every single start. 3 games, 71.6% completion percentage, 816 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Give the guy credit. Give the Colts credit, too. They're playing some really good football. Maybe I should have them higher than 10. Not fully ready to buy in yet, I don't think. That's probably why. Commanders at 9. Nice win for them with no Jane Daniels. To have a guy like Marcus Mariota as your backup, guy that you can still do a lot of the similar offensive concepts with, I think is such a huge bonus for teams. I don't understand why more teams don't do that. But, yeah, Commanders. Now Darnell Savage is going to be over there, former Packer. Rams at 8, a heartbreaking loss against the Eagles. They had a shot to begin the season 3-0 and probably even be higher in my power rankings. One team that is undefeated, though, in that division, that's the 49ers. A lot of injuries. They lost a lot of guys this offseason. But, man, starting off 3-0, got to give Kyle Shanahan and that team a ton of credit for the job that they're doing so far this year. I mean, they have been doing a fantastic job. And that NFC West, again, right now, maybe the best division in football. Number 6, got the Packers. Yep, I dropped them down 4 spots from 2 to 6. That was a bad loss against Cleveland. Great defense against Cleveland. The Packers are a better team. And that was a bad performance. And when I look at it from Packers-Lion perspective, which loss was quote-unquote better? Lions loss to the Packers was better. So that's why I've got the Lions higher than the Packers right now. The Lions at number 5. Bucs are impressing me. 3-0 to begin the season. Just a slight notch ahead of the Lions here. Otherwise, I went back and forth between Lions at 4 and Bucs at 5. I'm going to go with the Chargers at 3, undefeated. Commanding lead in the AFC West right now. A lot to like with the Chargers. I know they're dinged up with some injuries here too, but they're playing some solid football. And I don't think it's a big surprise that the top 2 teams on the power rankings are number 2, I've got the Bills. Number 1, I've got the Eagles. Still got the defending champs at number 1. To find ways to still win a ball game on a blocked field goal, return for a touchdown from a big man too. That was pretty. I mean, that's a play that is so rare. That is probably going to be showing up in highlight films for years to come. And then, I mean, Buffalo at 2. So those are my power rankings. Where are you at on your top 5? Hit me up with a text 715-830-1912, or you can comment on the YouTube video stream. Top 5, top 10, top 32 NFL teams. Who you got for your power ranking? Have a little fun. Take a quick break, and if you have not chimed in on the Badger football discussion about booing and such, you still got a little bit. just send me those on over, and we'll get to your opinions and thoughts on that too. Plus, a little bit more Brewers talk as we get set for Game 2 and 5 more left to go here in the regular season. Take our break and be back with more after these quick words.
The Dan Kasper Show will be right back.
Unlock the power of local connection with Citizens Connected. Enjoy a bigger network, faster speeds, stronger Wi-Fi. Sign up today and get your first deal on them. 2 gigs, experience fiber fast internet, and local support that's always there when you need it. Whether you're streaming, working, or gaming, you'll experience the speed you need. Citizens Connected, where community meets connectivity. Visit citizens-connected.com to check your address. Start your journey to better internet now. If you're struggling with weight and frustrated with dieting each and every year, Mark Patrick Seminars can help. Join the over 500,000 people who have attended Mark Patrick Seminars with feel great weight loss results. Mark Patrick Seminars will be in Eau Claire on Saturday, September 27th.
After this hypnosis, I want to be free. Since August 2nd, I'm sick and have not had one clear Would you like to be free?
I don't think that deserves. Bridget, how much have you lost now? I lost a total of 83 pounds.
Holy cow.
It's easy, it's fun, very relaxing, and very successful. And I would just say good for it.
Early bird special, only $49.99. Lose all the weight you want, 100% guaranteed. Saturday, September 27th at the Best Western Plus Eau Claire Conference Center in Eau Claire. Weight loss seminar, 11 a.m. Registration, 10:30 a.m. Attend this program and find out how the power of hypnosis can help you achieve your weight loss goals. There's limited seating, so get there early. Learn more at markpatrickseminars.com.
The NFL season is rolling along. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. If you haven't done so, make sure you use the code Patrick. If you use the code Patrick, you get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first $5 bet. Plus, over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 plus age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Fees may apply in Illinois, void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. NFL Sunday Ticket offer for new subscribers only and auto renews until canceled. Digital games and commercial use excluded. Restrictions apply. Additional NFL Sunday Ticket terms at youtube.com/go/NFL Sunday Ticket/terms. Limited time offer.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Register to win a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT at Menards. See store for details.
The U.S. cattle herd doesn't appear to be getting any bigger. Let's take a look at that and more farm news this morning on Sports Talk 105.1 and AM 790. Cattle and calves on feed for the slaughter market in this country for feedlots with a capacity of 1,000 head or more totaled just over 11 million head on September 1st, down 1% from a year ago. That's according to numbers in the latest USDA cattle on feed report. The big story, though, as far as numbers, is the placements in feedlots in August, 1.8 million head. That's 10% below a year ago. Only 2 states, Arizona and Washington, saw an increase in placements in August. All other states reporting a decline compared to a year ago. Nobody stayed the same. Marketings of fed cattle during August total 1.6 million head. That's 14% below a year ago, and the lowest number for August since the series began back in 1996. Well, over the weekend, Mexico confirmed a case of New World screwworm in their state of Nuevo León, less than 70 miles from the U.S.-Mexico border. That detection is the most threatening to the American cattle industry and livestock industry, as it is located near a major highway between Mexico and Laredo, Texas. In July, New World screwworm was found about 370 miles farther south from the current detection location. U.S. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins stated that protecting the U.S. from New World screwworm is a top priority, and the country will continue to implement our 5-pronged plan to protect the border and our cattle numbers. U.S. ports remain closed to all imports of cattle, bison, and horses from Mexico until this New World screwworm is under control. And the cranberry harvest is underway. That means the Cranberry Festival this weekend. One of the most popular events in Wisconsin is the Warrens Cranberry Festival, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in Warrens, Wisconsin. That's a look at some of our food and farm news on Sports Talk 105.1 and AM 790. I'm Bob Bosold.
Broadcasting live from the TDS Sports Talk 105.1 studios, it's the Dan Kasper Show.
Just saw this little stat nugget pop up from Mike Clay, who covers the NFL, ESPN senior NFL writer. So Packers maybe a little bit beginning part of the season struggling with covering tight ends. You got Dallas with Jake Ferguson. Jake Ferguson so far in consecutive games. I mean, Jake Ferguson has 12 targets, 9 receptions, and 78 or more yards in consecutive games. He's only the 15th tight end to accomplish that since 1978 per Pro Football Reference. So if you're kind of looking at maybe the Packers and their struggles a little bit defending tight ends in that, Jake Ferguson's playing well. Yeah. And then remember, 2023 season. Now, this is a wild stat. Mike Clay also went on to say Ferguson faced the Packers this week for the first time since he scored 3 touchdowns against them in the playoffs during the 2023 season. He hasn't scored a single touchdown since that game. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So we've got the Brewers back at it tonight. 5 more games left to go in this thing. 5 more games left to go in this regular season. Brewers still trying to get that top spot in the National League. 2.5 game lead over the Phillies. They do have the tiebreaker over the Phillies. A couple days ago, there was a feature interview of Bob Costas with Pat Murphy. And it's a good one. You can go look at it online and listen to it. But there was a part in there where Pat Murphy talked a lot about the importance of Christian Yelich and even said Christian Yelich is more important than he is, just from a leadership standpoint. And this is a question I've been thinking about for a little bit. And maybe something to ponder here as we wrap up this regular season and get to the postseason, and hopefully for a deep, long postseason run that will include a World Series. But when you look at these last few seasons, whether it's the last 2 or the last, 7 of the last 8 years they've been in the playoffs, we all want to give credit to the person or to the thing that has made this possible, where the Brewers have gone to the postseason 7 of the last 8 years, or if you're looking at the last couple. And when it comes to the Brewers, who deserves most that credit? I know that's an impossible question to answer, because the truth is it's probably a lot of different people, a lot of different things. That's the honest to goodness answer. But if you had to point the finger to somebody or something, where you had to give all right, this is my answer, who would it be? Because it's, the question is out there for so many people outside of the Brewers, is how are the Brewers doing this? What are they doing right? And if you look at it from 7 of the last 8 years, there has been changes within the organization from a front office standpoint to a managerial standpoint. The one constant has always been the owner. So maybe for some, they're giving credit to Mark. Maybe some will be like Pat Murphy, giving credit to Christian Yelich. Or maybe some just want to give credit to Pat Murphy because he has also been with the team for that stretch as bench coach to Craig Counsell. You'd be right. Maybe it's Matt Arnold. He's been there for a long time too. I was thinking about this for the last couple of days and that, just thinking back at all these years, these last 8 or so years for the Brewers. And it's hard to just put, I think, your finger on one person to say that's the reason or one thing, because even when Craig Counsell got hired, okay, David Stearns was not the general manager. It was, Craig Counsell was there before David Stearns got hired. So can't really credit David Stearns for hiring Craig Counsell. Now you could say, well, he kept on him. Yeah, he did. He absolutely did. But Doug Melvin was the one who hired him. Or is it Doug Melvin that you give credit to kind of set this tone? But, you look at the David Stearns and the Craig Counsell era, and, when there was always, when David Stearns was going to be that free agent, we knew it was happening. Everybody, I think a lot of people just kind of assumed that the natural connection or the natural pairing was going to be Stearns and possibly Counsell with the Mets. I think everybody kind of knew Stearns was going to go to the Mets after, it was announced that he was going to be done with the Brewers and that. He goes there. I think it surprised some people. Counsell didn't go there if he was going to leave the Brewers, that he was going to go there. Didn't happen. But I think we got to remember, too, Stearns wasn't the one who hired Craig Counsell. Obviously, they worked a lot together over the years, had success over the years with the Brewers, but didn't. But I think, and so you had that different. That was kind of one era of Brewers baseball, right? The Stearns and Counsell era. Then we're in the middle of another one here, and it started off differently. Matt Arnold got promoted. Was the assistant for David Stearns. Now, Matt Arnold, a couple years ago, had the opportunity to hire a manager. That David Stearns never got that opportunity in Milwaukee. And he could have went outside the organization. Heck, even Mark Anasio thought maybe that was a direction that they were going to be going into. He's admitted, didn't really know a whole lot about Pat Murphy. Didn't really think he had a shot at the job. But Matt Arnold, I think, credit to him, did his homework, went through a thorough process, found the guy that he thought was the right man for the job, and right now, it looks like he's right. And you look at the last couple of years and a lot of the moves from this year, too. Has there been really any moves or a lot of moves where we've questioned Matt Arnold on? When you look back at it, like, dumb move, stupid move. Not yet. The Quinn Priester one, initially there was like, gave up a lot for that, ended up working out. There's probably some questions about they don't have enough power or they didn't do enough in the offseason to get more power. So I'll grant you those. But overall, has there been a move, a signing, a trade that in these last couple of years that Matt Arnold hasn't almost kind of nailed right now? So I look at it, I'm like, well, Matt Arnold was there too with Stearns and working in the backgrounds and such. I keep going back and forth on all this. And I know a lot of people want to, everybody outside of the Brewers and maybe outside of Brewers fans are like, who's doing this for the Brewers? How do the Brewers have this much success? What are they doing right? What are they doing that is allowing them to have the best record of baseball and back to the postseason and winning another division championship for the third year in a row? What are they doing? Who's the guy that's doing it? And you look at it, And you've gotten the change from general managers. You've gotten the change from managers, for crying out loud. And they still continue to win. And that's why when we get to the postseason, you've got a big chunk of Brewers fans, and I'm one of them. It's like, I want more now. It's great that we're in that conversation every year, and it's great that we're making the postseason every year because that means we have a shot at it. We have a shot at the World Series trophy. But now I think it's fair to say, we want a little more. Can we get a little bit more? Can we make a little bit of a deeper run here? So when we get to that postseason for the Brewers coming up here very soon, what's the minimum expectation? What's the minimum thing that you want to see this team accomplish where maybe you won't define it as a failure of a season? What do you define as a failure of a season? Whether it's for Packers and Brewers, two teams right now that have major goals, have very high goals. What do you define as success and failure for this? Is it anything short of a world championship? I'm kind of curious to see how that's all going to play out when we get there. All right, we got to take our final break. We got picks. Will the Brewers pick up a win and match their regular season record for wins? We got that and more baseball games coming up after these quick words.
Got a take on today's topic but can't call in? Then hit us up on Facebook, Twitter, or the text line and let your fingers do the talking.
It looks like the 2025 crop will be a big one, but now without some problems from some insects and diseases. And if you've been on top of your growing game, you were prepared. If not, you may have some field losses, but don't let that happen in 2026. Drone technology from American Drone in Marshfield can help diagnose problems in your fields all during the growing season. So start the process now for next year, as drone application takes time. And if you want to fly safe, legal, and effective drones, you got to start right now. At American Drone, located at 213 Airpark Road in Marshfield, you'll find Wisconsin's largest agricultural drone supplier. They offer not only expert sales advice, but they can give you top-tier training lessons, full regulatory support, and local repair service. Drone flying certification can take 4 to 6 months, so don't wait. Be ready for 2026. At American Drone, their mission is your success. It's time to talk serious drone power with American Drone on Airport Road in Marshfield.
When my vehicle needs work, there's only one place I trust, and that's AJM Automotive in Eau Claire. From oil changes and brake jobs to engine repairs, the team at AJM Automotive does it all. Plus, they even do small engine work, so if you have an issue with your lawnmower, they can take care of that as well. They're honest, upfront, and treat you like a neighbor, not just another ticket. So if you want dependable work at a fair price, take it to AJM Automotive in Eau Claire. Just give them a call today at 715-835-9523.
It's time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya guselkumab may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Join Mark Patrick's seminars and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back.
Totally changed my life.
It's amazing. I don't have any cravings. You want to quit, but have found it impossible? This is the thing for you. I have absolutely no cravings. It's the darndest thing I have ever seen in my life.
It's not for entertainment. It's for results. Do it. It works. Period.
You've tried everything else. You need to come and try this.
Early bird special, only $49.99 guaranteed. Because don't just cut down, but stop smoking. In addition, lose all the weight 100% guaranteed with Mark Patrick seminars. Let hypnosis destroy unwanted cravings and lose the weight. That's right. Seminar Saturday, September 27th at the Best Western Plus Eau Claire Conference Center in Eau Claire. Weight loss seminar 11 a.m. Stop smoking seminar 2 p.m. Registration 30 minutes before seminar. Sign up now at markpatrickseminars.com.
When it comes to flooring, homeowners in the Chippewa Valley trust Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. From soft, comfortable carpet to durable tile and stylish luxury vinyl planks, Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire offers a wide selection of high-quality flooring options to fit any style and budget. Customers appreciate their knowledgeable staff, expert advice, and professional installation, making the process smooth from start to finish. Locally owned and operated, Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire understands the needs of Wisconsin homes and takes pride in delivering personal hometown service. Located at 3109 East Hamilton Avenue in Eau Claire, they've been helping families transform their spaces for years with a reputation built on trust and results. One room or the whole house, Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire has it covered from the floor up. So stop on in at Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire and check out their website, carpetcitywi.com. Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire, where beautiful homes begin.
The Mobile Man Cave is hitting the road for some tailgate road shows. Where should we go next? Let us know by visiting sportstalk1051.com.
All right, let's start to wrap up things this morning. We got some picks to get to. Baseball as we start to wrap up this regular season and inch closer and closer to the postseason here. Let's bring up the schedule and get right to it. Let's start off Tampa Bay versus Baltimore. I'll go with the Rays. Huge series between Detroit and Cleveland. Skubal's on the mound. Gavin Williams. It's in Cleveland. Detroit's reeling. Cleveland is playing some really good baseball. I'm going to go Detroit. I'll go Detroit. With Skubal, I got to go. I got to go with him. Pittsburgh taking on the Reds. Reds playing good too. I'm going to go with the Reds. Miami at Philly. Sanchez is on the mound for the Phillies. Cabrera is on the mound for the Marlins. Marlins not out of it yet. I'll play it safe, and I'll go with the Phillies in this one. White Sox and the Yankees. I'll go with the Yankees. Boston taking on Toronto. Another big series here, too. I'll go Toronto for this game. Washington at Atlanta. I'll go with the Braves. Mets and Cubs. Another big series. Mets got to start winning if they want to get this playoff spot here. I'm going to go Cubs, though. Cade Horton's on the mound, so give me the Cubbies in this one. Twins and the Rangers. I'll go with the Rangers. Royals, Angels. Royals not technically out of it either yet, so I'll go Royals. Rockies, Mariners. If Mariners want to lock this thing down, they've got to win games like this going up against the Rockies. So I'll go with the Mariners. Huge series. Dodgers, Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks just a game out. You got Ohtani going for the Dodgers. Brandon Pfaadt's going for the Diamondbacks here. I'll go Dodgers. Cardinals, Giants. Again, two teams not out of it yet. Logan Webb, though, I'll go with the Giants. Astros versus the Athletics. I'll go with the Astros. And then finally, we've got the Brewers taking on the Padres. Bruce Zimmerman, last time he pitched at the major league level, you got to go back to 2023 with Baltimore. Randy Vasquez going for the Padres. Screw it. I'll go Brewers. Why not? Thing I want to see from Zimmerman, eat up some innings, put your team in a position to win. Don't have that inning or 2 innings where it's just throwing gas on a fire, where it's just like exploded all over, and the Padres just put up crooked numbers all over the place. Eat up some innings, and the offense has got to support him. Okay? Put up some crooked numbers early if you're the Brewers offense. Bruce Zimmerman, I'd like to see go at least 5. But when he leaves, maybe the Brewers are up by a few runs, so they don't really have to dig deep into their bullpen. But that's what I want to see. Why not? Let's go for it. Get the win. Tie it up for your franchise record, 4 wins in a regular season. But, man, we got some good matchups here, right? I mean, none bigger, I don't think, than Detroit and Cleveland. That literally is going to be for the division, potentially to see what happens after this series, but we'll see. Huge game, or huge series. Dodgers and Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks still trying to get into it. Toronto trying to keep, first hold to first place in the AL East. So, yeah. And Mets and Cubs, too. Mets trying to stay pace and trying to get into stay in a wild card race. So, got some good games to wrap up this regular season, man. Holy moly. If you're a baseball fan, you have got to be loving this. Got to be loving this. All right. Just to kind of recap everything we went through, talked a lot of Badgers here. And a lot of you are about 50-50 in terms of Barry Alvarez's comments and about booing and that sort of stuff. I mean, if you didn't see the comments from Barry, he was very critical, calling out the Badger fans at the game on Saturday for booing the Badgers, for chanting to fire Fickle. I was not happy about it. About 50-50 of you are of, yeah, you're okay with booing your team at the stadium. The other 50 are like, no, you're not all about it. So it is what it is right now, but that's kind of where everything's at. I still might make that a poll question on our Facebook page to see where everybody's at on that for our 715 Speaks poll question, brought to you by Post Glass and Mirror. A lot of you with your Toyson Ford grind my gears, bringing up the fact of the Packers penalties from this past game. 17 penalties, 14 of them were accepted, the most in a game since week 3 in 2010. And that was definitely my Toyson Ford grind my gears Tuesday. So, not a big surprise on that one. Packers, nothing today. They'll be back at practice tomorrow to get set for their Sunday night game going up against the Dallas Cowboys. So maybe we'll get a little bit of a better idea on the injury front. But, man, that offensive line has got to get healthy. And, dude, that offensive line has just got to play better. If you want Jordan Love to be even better and play a little bit better, it starts at that offensive line. And, we kind of did a little bit of speaking of Jordan Love, we did a little bit of a Love-O-Meter. Where are you at on that? And pleasantly surprised, it's about a 7. We're at a 7. 7 out of 10. That means you're in love. Right at the line of love. I'd say 5, 6, maybe you got a crush. Or is 8 to 10 love? Yeah, I think probably 8 to 10 is probably love. 6 to 7 is crush. And then 5, mixed feelings. 4 and below, you probably don't love, if that's kind of what we're going at. So you kind of have a good crush. You got a good crush on Jordan Love. So I have to kind of get the vibe going throughout the rest of the week here and such. So, but big thanks for everybody, for all of you who chimed in on that, whether it was on YouTube or on the texting line. Big thanks for that. We also obviously talked a lot about the Brewers here. Again, reminder, it's another late game tonight, 8:40. You can listen to the game on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Coverage is going to begin about 35 minutes prior. So another late one. before getaway day and then back to Milwaukee. And they're going to be at Milwaukee here for a while. Hopefully for a while. Long time. Right? Long time. But, I didn't really get much of an update either on some of the injured players that for the Brewers and that. It was. I didn't see any more updates about Brett. It's the last I saw was moderate lat sprain. That's what the words from Pat Murphy. So moderate. Too early to tell about his availability for the postseason. So, son of a gun. Hi, golly. You want to talk about? That's another grind my gears. I just feel bad for Woodruff. I feel awful for that guy for as much as he has gone through and for how well he has pitched. If he's not able to pitch in the postseason for the amount of work that he has put in to come back, that's so sucky. I hope it ends up working up where he's able to pitch, but he said that one interesting note, though, I did see from Woodruff when he was talking about it, said he wasn't surprised by the injury. Said he was managing his shoulder for some time. And added that a setback could have occurred in June or July, and that it's just crappy timing that this happened to come up right before the postseason. So, kind of an interesting comment from Woodruff. Have a good rest of your day. We're back at it, same place, same time, tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. We'll have some stock reports. Whose stock is up, whose stock is down. Hopefully we're talking about a Brewers win and matching the franchise record. Have a good one. Back at it tomorrow.
WAYY Eau Claire, W286CK Eau Claire, Sports Talk 105.1 and 790 AM.